Hi, families. Welcome to Family Listen. This is the place for the best stories for the whole family. So support us and subscribe to the channel, give a like, and tell us in the comments which city you're watching this story from. We'd love to know, all because I've translated the text as requested. Let me know if you need any clarification or have any questions about the translation. I woke up to the sound of chirping outside my window, which wasn't unusual for a warm spring morning in our small Texas town. What was unusual, however, was that I could understand every word the birds were saying. Did you see that cat skulking around yesterday? I swear, if I catch him eyeing my nest again, I'll give him a piece of my mind. Oh, hush up about that cat already, we've got bigger problems. Have you noticed how few worms there are lately? I think those humans and their pesticides are at it again. I sat up in bed, my heart racing. This couldn't be real, I must be dreaming. I pinched myself hard, but the voices continued. Shaking my head in disbelief, I swung my legs over the side of the bed and stood up, my legs wobbling slightly. As I made my way downstairs, I could hear my mom in the kitchen probably making breakfast. But there was another voice too, one I'd never heard before. Oh boy, I smell bacon, I hope she drops some. Please drop some, please drop some. I rounded the corner into the kitchen and saw our golden retriever, Rocky, sitting eagerly at my mom's feet as she stood at the stove. Good morning, sweetie, Mom said, glancing over her shoulder at me. You're up early for a Saturday. I couldn't respond. I was too busy staring at Rocky, whose tail started wagging furiously when he saw me. Olivia, good morning. Did you sleep well? I hope you slept well. I love you. Can I have some bacon, please? I blinked rapidly, my mouth hanging open. Rocky? My mom turned to look at me properly now, concern etching her features. Honey, are you okay? You look a little pale. I shook my head, trying to clear it. I'm fine, Mom. Just had a weird dream, I guess. Rocky tilted his head, his ears perking up. Dream? Was I in it? I love dreams. Sometimes I dream about chasing squirrels and bacon. Oh, speaking of bacon. Olivia, honey, why don't you sit down? I'll get you some orange juice, Mom said, guiding me to a chair at the kitchen table. As I sat, still in shock, our cat Whiskers sauntered into the kitchen. Usually aloof, she barely acknowledged any of us as she made her way to her food bowl. But this morning I could hear her muttering under her breath. Another day in this madhouse. If it weren't for the food, I swear I'd have left years ago. That dog is an embarrassment to the animal kingdom. Whiskers? I said softly, earning a surprised look from my mother. The cat's head snapped up, yellow eyes narrowing as they met mine. Well. Look who finally learned to pay attention. Took you long enough, human. Olivia, what's going on? Mom asked, setting a glass of orange juice in front of me. You're acting very strangely. I took a deep breath, trying to figure out how to explain something I didn't understand myself. Mom, I think I can hear the animals talking. There was a moment of silence, broken only by the sizzling of bacon in the pan. Then Mom let out a small laugh. Oh, sweetie, did you stay up late watching Dr. Dolittle again? No, Mom, I'm serious, I insisted, feeling frustrated. Listen, Rocky is thinking about bacon, and Whiskers, well, Whiskers is being Whiskers. Hey, Whiskers protested. I resent that remark. I'm complex and misunderstood. Mom's smile faded as she saw the earnestness in my face. She sat down across from me, reaching out to feel my forehead. You don't feel warm? Olivia, honey, are you feeling okay? Tears of frustration welled up in my eyes. I'm fine, Mom. I'm not sick. I'm not making this up. I don't know how or why, but I can understand them. Rocky, sensing my distress, patted over and put his head in my lap. Don't cry, Olivia. It's okay. We can understand you too, you know. We always have. You're just catching up. I absently scratched behind Rocky's ears, the familiar gesture calming me slightly. Thanks, Rocky, I mumbled. Who are you talking to? Mom asked, her voice laced with worry. Rocky, I said, gesturing to the dog. He's trying to make me feel better. Mom stood up, her face a mixture of concern and disbelief. Okay, that's it. I'm calling Dr. Martinez. Maybe you picked up some kind of virus. Mom, no, I protested. I'm not sick, I'm just different now, I guess. As Mom reached for the phone, Dad walked into the kitchen, yawning. Morning, everyone. What's all the commotion about? Your daughter thinks she can talk to animals, Mom said, her hand hovering over the phone. Dad raised an eyebrow looking at me. Is that so? And what are they saying, Pumpkin? I took a deep breath, deciding to go all in. Well, the birds outside are worried about pesticides killing all the worms. Rocky really wants some bacon. And Whiskers? Whiskers thinks we're all beneath her. Darned right, Whiskers muttered, licking a paw. Dad chuckled, but it sounded forced. That's quite an imagination you've got there, Olivia. It's not imagination, I insisted, standing up so quickly that Rocky had to jump back. I'll prove it. Dad, tell Rocky to do something, anything, but don't say it out loud, just think it. Dad exchanged a glance with Mom, then shrugged. All right, Pumpkin, if you insist. I turned to Rocky, who was looking between Dad and me with interest. After a moment, Rocky's ears perked up and he trotted over to the living room. He returned a few seconds later with Dad's slippers in his mouth. Dad's jaw dropped. I was thinking about how I needed my slippers. See, I said, a mixture of relief and anxiety washing over me. I'm not making this up. Mom slowly lowered her hand from the phone, her eyes wide. How is this possible? I shrugged, suddenly feeling very small and scared. I don't know. I just woke up this morning and could understand them. Dad knelt down next to me, putting a hand on my shoulder. It's okay, Pumpkin. We'll figure this out together. Yeah, Rocky chimed in, his tail wagging. And maybe now you can tell them I really, really want some bacon. Despite everything, I couldn't help but laugh. Okay, Rocky, I'll see what I can do. As I looked at my parents' bewildered faces, I realized that my life had just changed forever. I didn't know what this new ability meant or what I was supposed to do with it. But as I stood there in our sunny kitchen, surrounded by my family, both human and animal, I felt a spark of excitement ignite within me. Whatever came next, it was bound to be an adventure. The morning sun had barely cleared the horizon when I stepped out onto our front porch, my heart pounding with a mixture of excitement and apprehension. It had been a week since I'd woken up with my strange new ability, and I was still getting used to the constant chatter of the animal world around me. As I sat on the porch swing, a group of sparrows landed on the railing, their rapid-fire conversation making me dizzy. Did you hear about Mrs. Johnson's cat? Caught another robin yesterday. Terrible business, that. We need to spread the word, keep everyone on high alert. Speaking of alerts, has anyone seen that new dog on Maple Street? Looks like a real troublemaker. I cleared my throat softly and the birds fell silent, all turning to look at me with their tiny, bright eyes. Good morning, I said, feeling a bit foolish. I couldn't help overhearing. Is there really a problem with Mrs. Johnson's cat? The sparrows exchanged glances before the boldest one hopped a little closer. Well, I'll be. It's true what they're saying. The human girl can understand us. Another sparrow fluttered its wings nervously. Should we be talking to her? Is it safe? Oh, hush, the bold one replied. If she wanted to harm us, she'd have done it already. Besides, this could be useful. He turned back to me. Yes, miss. That cat's been terrorizing the neighborhood for weeks now. We've lost 3 good birds already. I frowned, thinking. Mrs. Johnson was a kind old lady who lived 2 houses down. I'd never thought of her cat as a problem before. I'm sorry to hear that. Is there anything I can do to help? The sparrows began chattering excitedly among themselves before the bold one spoke again. Well, if you could talk to Mrs. Johnson, maybe suggest she put a bell on her cat's collar. That would give us fair warning. I can try, I nodded. Is there anything else I should know about what's going on in the neighborhood? As if my question had opened a floodgate, the birds began telling me about all sorts of local gossip and concerns. I learned about a family of rabbits worried about a new housing development, a raccoon causing trouble in people's garbage cans, and even a lost dog that had been wandering around for days. As I sat there, taking it all in, I heard a familiar voice. "Olivia? What are you doing out here so early?" I turned to see Sarah, my best friend from school, walking up our driveway. The birds scattered at her approach, and I felt a pang of loss as their chatter faded. "Oh, hi, Sarah," I said, trying to sound casual. "Just getting some fresh air. What brings you by?" Sarah plopped down next to me on the swing. "Mom asked me to put up these lost cat posters. Our neighbor's cat, Mittens, has been missing for 3 days now." My ears perked up at this. Could this be related to what the birds were telling me? That's awful. Have they checked with the animal shelter? "Yeah, no luck," Sarah sighed. "They're really worried. Mittens is old and needs daily medication." I bit my lip, considering. I wanted to help, but I wasn't sure how to do it without revealing my secret. "Maybe we could look around the neighborhood. Sometimes cats don't wander too far." Sarah's face lit up. "That's a great idea. We could make it a mission. Detective Sarah and Olivia on the case." I couldn't help but laugh at her enthusiasm. "All right, Detective Sarah. Let's start by putting up those posters, and then we can do some investigating." As we walked around the neighborhood, I kept my ears open for any animal conversations that might give us a clue. We had just finished taping a poster to a lamppost when I heard a faint meow coming from a nearby storm drain. "Wait," I said, holding up a hand to stop Sarah. "Did you hear that?" Sarah looked confused. "Hear what?" I walked over to the storm drain, crouching down to peer inside. "Hello? Is anyone down there?" "Oh, thank heavens," a tired voice called back. "I've been stuck down here for days. Please, can you help me?" "Olivia, what are you doing?" Sarah asked, coming to stand beside me. I looked up at her, trying to figure out how to explain. I think Mittens might be down there. I heard a meow." Sarah's eyes widened. "Really?" "I didn't hear anything. But if you think so, we should call for help." As Sarah pulled out her phone to call the fire department, I turned back to the drain. "Don't worry, Mittens, help is on the way. Can you tell me if you're hurt?" "Just tired and hungry," Mittens replied. "And my hip is aching something fierce without my medicine." "How did you know my name?" "It's a long story," I whispered. "Just hang in there a little longer." The next hour was a flurry of activity as the fire department arrived and worked to rescue Mittens. Sarah's excitement was contagious, and soon a small crowd had gathered to watch. When they finally pulled the bedraggled cat from the drain, Sarah's neighbor burst into tears of joy. As the excitement died down and people began to disperse, Sarah turned to me with a puzzled expression. "Olivia, how did you know Mittens was down there? I didn't hear a thing." I shuffled my feet, unsure of what to say. "I guess I just have good hearing?" Sarah narrowed her eyes. "There's something you're not telling me. Come on, we're best friends. You can trust me." I took a deep breath, looking around to make sure no one else was within earshot. "Okay, but you have to promise not to freak out or tell anyone else." "Cross my heart," Sarah said solemnly. I can understand animals," I said in a rush. "I don't know how or why, but for the past week I've been able to hear them talking. That's how I knew Mittens was in the drain." She told me. Sarah stared at me for a long moment, and I feared I'd just lost my best friend. Then, to my surprise, she broke into a huge grin. "That is awesome! Oh my gosh, Olivia. Do you know how cool this is? You're like a real-life superhero." I felt a wave of relief wash over me. "You believe me? You don't think I'm crazy?" "Of course I believe you," Sarah said, giving me a hug. "This explains so much about how you've been acting lately. Plus, how else would you have found Mittens? This is incredible." As we walked back to my house, Sarah peppered me with questions about my ability and all the things I'd learned from the animals. For the first time since this all began, I felt truly excited about my gift. "You know," Sarah said thoughtfully as we reached my front porch, With your ability, we could really help a lot of animals in the neighborhood. Maybe even solve some problems for the humans too. I nodded, a sense of purpose filling me. You're right. I've already heard about a few issues from the birds this morning. Want to help me tackle them? Sarah's eyes sparkled with excitement. Detective Sarah, at your service. Let's do this. As we sat down to plan our first mission, I couldn't help but feel that this was the beginning of something big. With Sarah by my side, and the animals of the neighborhood as our informants, who knew what kind of difference we could make? The school bell rang, signaling the start of another day at Oakwood Elementary. I walked through the hallways with a new sense of purpose, my backpack feeling lighter despite the added weight of my secret. Sarah walked beside me, practically buzzing with excitement about our plans to help the neighborhood animals. So what's on the agenda for today, Animal Whisperer? Sarah whispered, grinning. I rolled my eyes at the nickname but couldn't help smiling. Nothing major, just trying to get through the day without... My words were cut short as a locker slammed shut inches from my face. I flinched, looking up to see Brittany Thompson, the school's notorious bully, sneering down at me. Watch where you're going, weirdo. Brittany spat, her posse of two giggling behind her. I opened my mouth to reply, but no words came out. It was always like this with Brittany. She'd been making my life miserable since 3rd grade, and I'd never found the courage to stand up to her. Sarah stepped forward, her eyes flashing. Why don't you watch where you're slamming lockers, Brittany? Brittany turned her icy glare on Sarah. Mind your own business unless you want to be next. As Brittany and her friends sauntered away, Sarah turned to me with a concerned look. You okay, Olivia? Don't let her get to you. I nodded, trying to shake off the encounter. I'm fine. Come on, we'll be late for class. Throughout the morning, I couldn't stop thinking about Brittany. Why was she so mean? What made her want to hurt others? As we headed to the cafeteria for lunch, a thought struck me. Sarah, I whispered, Brittany has a pet hamster, right? Remember that project in science class last year? Sarah's eyes widened as she caught on. Oh my gosh, yes. Mr. Squeakers, are you thinking what I'm thinking? I nodded, a mix of nervousness and determination swirling in my stomach. If I can talk to Mr. Squeakers, maybe I can figure out why Brittany's such a bully. It might help me stand up to her. That's brilliant, Sarah exclaimed. But how are you going to get close enough to talk to a hamster? I bit my lip, thinking. I have an idea, but I'll need your help. Can you distract Brittany after school? I'll sneak into the science lab where they keep the class pets. Sarah grinned mischievously. Consider it done. Operation Hamster Whisperer is a go. The rest of the day crawled by, but finally, the last bell rang. Sarah gave me a thumbs up before heading off to intercept Brittany. I made my way to the science lab, my heart pounding. Once inside, I quickly found the cage with Mr. Squeakers. The tiny hamster was running on his wheel, but he stopped when he saw me approach. Well, hello there, Mr. Squeakers said, his little nose twitching. You're not Mr. Thompson. Where's my Brittany? I blinked in surprise. I hadn't expected Brittany's pet to sound so cheerful. Hi, Mr. Squeakers. I'm Olivia. I'm a friend of Brittany's from school. The hamster tilted his head. A friend? That's wonderful. Brittany needs more friends. She's been so sad lately. Sad? I repeated, confused. What do you mean? Mr. Squeakers sat back on his hind legs, his tiny paws folding over his chest. Oh yes, very sad. She tries to hide it, but I can tell. She cries sometimes when she thinks no one's watching, especially after those phone calls. My curiosity was piqued. What phone calls? The ones from her father, Mr. Squeakers explained. He doesn't live with them anymore, you know. He always promises to visit, but he never does. It breaks Brittany's heart every time. I felt a pang of sympathy. I had no idea Brittany was dealing with something like that. That must be really hard for her. Mr. Squeakers nodded sagely. Indeed. She puts on a tough act at school, but deep down, she's hurting. I wish I could do more to help her. Just then I heard voices in the hallway. Thank you, Mr. Squeakers, I whispered hurriedly. You've helped more than you know. I slipped out of the lab just as Sarah came around the corner looking flushed. Olivia, I tried to keep her busy, but Brittany's on her way here now. We ducked into an empty classroom, watching through the window as Brittany entered the science lab. To our surprise, her tough facade melted away as soon as she approached Mr. Squeaker's cage. "Hey there, little guy," we heard her say softly. "Did you miss me?" "I missed you." Sarah and I exchanged glances. This was a side of Brittany we'd never seen before. The next morning, I took a deep breath as I approached Brittany at her locker. My palms were sweating, but I was determined. "Hey, Brittany," I said, my voice only shaking a little. Brittany turned, her face immediately hardening into its usual scowl. "What do you want, weirdo?" I steeled myself. I wanted to say that Mr. Squeakers seems like a really great pet. You must take really good care of him." Brittany's eyes widened in surprise, then narrowed suspiciously. "How do you know about Mr. Squeakers?" "I saw you with him yesterday after school," I admitted. "You seemed really happy with him. I think it's cool that you care so much about animals." For a moment, Brittany's tough exterior cracked, and I saw a flicker of the girl I'd glimpsed in the science lab. Then her walls came back up. "Whatever. Just stay away from my hamster, got it?" But as she turned to leave, I noticed her shoulders were less tense, her step a little lighter. It wasn't much, but it was a start. Sarah bounced up to me, her eyes wide. "Olivia, I can't believe you did that. What did Mr. Squeakers tell you?" As we walked to class, I filled Sarah in on what I'd learned. "I think Brittany's going through a really tough time at home," I concluded. "She's not just mean for no reason." Sarah nodded thoughtfully. "So what do we do now?" I considered for a moment. "I don't think we can fix Brittany's problems, but maybe we can show her a little kindness. Who knows? It might make a difference." As we entered the classroom, I caught Brittany's eye. To my surprise, instead of her usual glare, she gave me a small, almost imperceptible nod. It wasn't much, but in that moment I felt a surge of confidence. My new ability had given me more than just the power to talk to animals. It had given me the courage to see beyond the surface, to understand that everyone, even bullies, had their own struggles. As I sat down at my desk, I realized that this gift might be even more powerful than I'd first thought. It wasn't just about helping animals. It was about understanding and connecting with all living beings, in ways I'd never imagined possible. The weekend arrived with a burst of Texas sunshine, and I was eager to put my gift to use beyond the confines of the school and neighborhood. Sarah and I had planned a picnic by Willow Creek, a favorite spot for locals to relax and enjoy nature. As we spread our blanket under a sprawling oak tree, I closed my eyes and listened. The creek's gentle babbling was soon overshadowed by a cacophony of animal voices. "Did you see that human yesterday? Tossing his soda can right into the water. The nerve." "Forget the soda can. Have you tasted the water lately? Something's not right." "My babies are getting sick. I'm worried, I tell you." I opened my eyes, frowning. Sarah noticed my expression immediately. "What is it, Olivia? What are they saying?" I turned to her, concern etching my features. "The animals are upset about the creek. They're saying the water tastes funny and it's making some of them sick." Sarah's eyes widened. "That doesn't sound good. Do you think we should tell someone?" Before I could answer, a group of squirrels scampered down from a nearby tree, chattering excitedly. "It's her, the girl who can understand us. Please, you must help. It's not just the creek. The whole forest is in danger." I held up my hands, trying to calm them down. "Whoa, slow down. What do you mean the whole forest is in danger?" The eldest squirrel, his fur graying around the muzzle, stepped forward. "It's the humans from the big building on the hill. They're poisoning our home." Sarah watched in fascination as I conversed with the squirrels. "What are they saying?" she whispered. I turned to her, my face grave. "They're saying that the company on the hill, isn't that Greenleaf Industries, is dumping something in the creek. It's making the animals sick and polluting the forest." Sarah gasped. "But Greenleaf Industries is supposed to be eco-friendly. My dad does business with them." "Are you sure?" I nodded. The animals have no reason to lie. We need to check this out. We packed up our picnic and followed the squirrels deeper into the woods. As we walked, I noticed more signs of distress: withered plants, fewer bird calls, and a strange, acrid smell in the air. Eventually, we reached a clearing where the creek widened. The water, which should have been clear and inviting, had an oily sheen to it. Nearby, a family of rabbits huddled together, looking sickly. "Oh no," I murmured, kneeling beside them. "Are you okay?" The mother rabbit looked up at me with weary eyes. "Our youngest Kit. He drank from the creek yesterday. He hasn't been the same since." Tears welled up in my eyes as I saw the tiny, trembling form of the baby rabbit. Sarah put a comforting hand on my shoulder. "Olivia, what can we do?" I stood up, determination replacing my sadness. "We need evidence. If we can prove that Greenleaf is polluting the creek, we can stop this." Sarah nodded, her face set with resolve. "Okay, but how? We can't exactly walk into their facility and ask for a tour of their waste management system." I thought for a moment, then snapped my fingers. "The crows. They can fly over the facility and tell us what they see. Plus, they're smart enough to guide us to any evidence we might find." As if on cue, a murder of crows descended from the trees, cawing loudly. I quickly explained our plan, and they were more than happy to help. "We've seen the humans in white coats sneaking out at night," one crow reported. "They come to the creek with big barrels of nasty-smelling stuff." Another crow added, "We can show you where they dump it. There might still be traces left." Guided by the crows, Sarah and I made our way towards the Greenleaf facility. As we got closer, the acrid smell grew stronger, making our eyes water. "Look!" Sarah pointed to a section of the fence that was slightly bent, creating a small gap. "We might be able to squeeze through there." I hesitated. "Sarah, this is trespassing. We could get in a lot of trouble." She looked at me, her eyes blazing with determination. "Olivia, those animals are suffering. The whole ecosystem is at risk. We have to do something." Taking a deep breath, I nodded. "You're right. Let's go." We slipped through the gap in the fence, our hearts pounding. The crows flew ahead, leading us to a secluded area behind the main building. There, partially hidden by overgrown bushes, we found a collection of large barrels. "This must be it," I whispered, pulling out my phone to take pictures. Sarah crouched down, examining the ground. "Look at this," she said, pointing to some discolored patches of earth. "The soil here is all wrong. It's like it's been chemically altered." I was about to respond when we heard voices approaching. Panic surged through me. "Quick, hide," I hissed, pulling Sarah behind a large storage container. Two men in lab coats walked into view, deep in conversation. "The latest batch is ready for disposal," one said. "We'll do it tonight when there's less chance of being seen." The other man nodded. "Good. The boss is getting nervous about all this environmental testing the county's been doing. We need to be more careful." As their voices faded, Sarah and I looked at each other, our eyes wide with shock and anger. "We have to stop them," Sarah whispered fiercely. I nodded, my mind racing. "We need more than just pictures. We need samples of whatever's in those barrels." Sarah rummaged in her backpack, pulling out an empty water bottle. "Will this work?" "Perfect," I said, "but we have to be quick." Carefully, we crept out from our hiding spot. Sarah kept watch while I unscrewed the cap of one of the barrels. The smell that wafted out made me gag, but I steeled myself and filled the water bottle with the noxious liquid. Just as I finished, we heard a shout. "Hey, what are you kids doing here?" "Run!" I yelled, grabbing Sarah's hand. We sprinted toward the fence, our hearts pounding. Behind us, we could hear the sound of pursuit. The crows, seeing our distress, dive-bombed our pursuers, buying us precious seconds. We reached the gap in the fence, squeezing through with barely a moment to spare. We didn't stop running until we were deep in the woods, well away from the Greenleaf facility. Panting, we collapsed onto the forest floor. Despite the danger we'd just escaped, Sarah was grinning. We did it, Olivia. We got the evidence. I nodded, still trying to catch my breath. Yeah, but what do we do now? Who's going to believe a couple of kids? Sarah's grin faded slightly, but determination still shone in her eyes. We'll make them believe. We have to, for the sake of the forest and all the animals. As we sat there planning our next move, I realized that my ability had led me into something much bigger than I'd ever imagined. It wasn't just about talking to animals anymore. It was about being a voice for those who couldn't speak for themselves. And as I looked at the polluted creek and thought of all the suffering animals, I knew that no matter how scary it might be, I had to use my gift to make things right. The morning after our daring escapade at Greenleaf Industries, Sarah and I sat in my treehouse surrounded by our evidence, photos, the water bottle sample, and hastily scribbled notes. The weight of our discovery pressed down on us, making the usually cozy space feel cramped and serious. Okay, Sarah said, spreading out a map of our town on the floor. We need a plan. Who do we take this to? I chewed my lip, considering. The police? Sarah shook her head. They might not take us seriously. We're just kids, remember? What about the local news, I suggested. Maybe, Sarah mused. But what if Greenleaf just denies everything? We need someone with real authority. Just then, a soft tapping at the window caught our attention. A blue jay perched on the sill, its bright eyes fixed on us. Pardon the interruption, the bird chirped, but I couldn't help overhearing. You're looking for someone to help with the creek problem, yes? I nodded, gesturing for the blue jay to hop inside. Do you have any ideas? The bird preened proudly. As a matter of fact, I do. There's a human who comes to the forest often. He wears a green uniform and carries a clipboard. Very official looking. Sarah's eyes lit up. That sounds like a park ranger or an environmental officer. Exactly, I exclaimed. They'd have the authority to investigate Greenleaf. Do you know where we can find this person? I asked the blue jay. He usually patrols near the old oak grove by Willow Creek, the bird replied. If you go there, I can alert you when he's nearby. With a plan in motion, Sarah and I gathered our evidence and headed to the creek. As we walked, the forest seemed to come alive around us. Word had spread quickly among the animals about our mission, and creatures of all kinds emerged to offer encouragement or information. A family of deer stepped out onto the path, the doe regarding us with gentle eyes. Be careful, young ones, she said softly. The men from the big building have been patrolling more often. They know something is amiss. We will, I assured her. Thank you for the warning. As we neared the oak grove, the blue jay reappeared, swooping low over our heads. He's here, the bird announced, by the big fallen log. Sarah and I exchanged nervous glances. This was it. Taking a deep breath, we stepped into the clearing. The environmental officer was a middle-aged man with kind eyes and a neatly trimmed beard. He looked up as we approached, his eyebrows raising in surprise. Well, hello there, he said, his voice friendly but curious. What brings you two out here? I stepped forward, trying to keep my voice steady. Sir, my name is Olivia, and this is my friend Sarah. We have some information about illegal dumping in Willow Creek that we think you should see. The officer's expression turned serious. That's a very serious accusation. What kind of information do you have? Sarah opened her backpack, pulling out our evidence. We have photos, a water sample, and eyewitness accounts of Greenleaf Industries dumping chemicals into the creek. The officer's eyes widened as he examined our evidence. This is quite comprehensive. How did you two manage to gather all this? I hesitated, unsure how to explain without revealing my ability. We spend a lot of time in the forest, sir. We've noticed the changes and the animals have been acting strangely. We decided to investigate. The officer nodded slowly, his brow furrowed in concentration. I see. Well, I must say, I'm impressed by your initiative. But I have to ask, did you two enter Greenleaf property to get this evidence? Sarah and I exchanged guilty looks. Yes, sir, I admitted. We know it was wrong, but we felt we had to do something. To our surprise, the officer chuckled. Well, I can't condone trespassing, but I understand your motivation. You two remind me of myself at your age. His expression turned serious again. But from now on, you leave the investigating to the professionals, okay? This could be dangerous. We nodded eagerly, relief washing over us. The officer pulled out his phone. I'm going to call this in right away. This evidence is more than enough to warrant a full investigation of Greenleaf Industries. As the officer made his call, the forest around us seemed to breathe a collective sigh of relief. Birds chirped excitedly. Squirrels chattered from the trees, and I could have sworn I saw the leaves rustle in a celebratory dance. Sarah turned to me, her eyes shining. We did it, Olivia. We really did it. I grinned back, feeling a surge of pride and accomplishment. But as I looked around at the forest, still bearing the scars of Greenleaf's pollution, I knew our work wasn't done. The officer finished his call and turned back to us. All right, girls, I've set things in motion. There will be a team here within the hour to collect samples and begin a formal investigation. You should head home now. Your parents must be worried. As we turned to leave, I felt a tug of hesitation. Sir, I asked, what's going to happen to the forest and the animals? The officer's expression softened. We'll do everything we can to clean up the creek and restore the ecosystem. It might take time, but nature is resilient. With the dumping stopped and proper care, this forest will recover. On our way home, the forest was abuzz with activity. Animals of all kinds came out to thank us, their voices a chorus of gratitude and hope. You did it, a young rabbit exclaimed, hopping alongside us. The water already tastes cleaner. Thank you, a family of chipmunks chattered from a nearby log. Even Whiskers, who had followed us into the woods out of curiosity, seemed impressed. Not bad, humans, she purred. Maybe you're not entirely useless after all. As we reached the edge of the forest, Sarah turned to me, her expression thoughtful. You know, Olivia, your gift, it's not just about talking to animals. It's about being a voice for those who can't speak for themselves. You're like a bridge between our world and theirs. I felt a warmth spread through my chest at her words. We're a team, Sarah. I couldn't have done any of this without you. We parted ways at my front porch, both of us exhausted but exhilarated. As I watched Sarah walk home, I thought about everything that had happened since I woke up with this strange ability. I had started out confused and scared, but now I felt like I had found my purpose. That night, as I lay in bed, I could hear the distant sounds of the forest, the hooting of owls, the rustle of nocturnal creatures, the whisper of wind through leaves. But underneath it all, there was a new sound, a sound of hope, of healing, of balance restored. And I knew, whatever challenges lay ahead, I was ready to face them. For the animals, for the forest, for the delicate balance of nature itself. My journey was just beginning. The summer heat was in full swing as I sat cross-legged in our backyard, my eyes closed in concentration. It had been 2 weeks since our encounter with the environmental officer, and the investigation into Greenleaf Industries was well underway. But today I was focused on a different challenge. Come on, I muttered to myself. I know you're out there. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves around me, carrying with it a symphony of tiny voices I'd never noticed before. Watch where you're going, you clumsy oaf. Sorry. These new wings are hard to control. Has anyone seen the Queen? I swear she was just here a moment ago. My eyes snapped open in excitement. I did it, I exclaimed to no one in particular. I can hear the insects. Just then, Sarah came bounding through the back gate, her curly hair bouncing with each step. Olivia, you won't believe what I just heard on the news. I stood up, brushing grass off my shorts. What is it? Sarah's eyes were wide with excitement. They've shut down Greenleaf Industries. The investigation found tons of violations. They're facing huge fines and criminal charges. A wave of relief and joy washed over me. That's amazing. The forest will finally have a chance to heal. As if to punctuate my words, a chorus of cheerful chirps erupted from the nearby trees. Sarah grinned, knowing I could understand their celebration. "So what were you doing out here?" she asked, plopping down on the grass. I sat back down, my excitement bubbling over. "I was trying to see if I could communicate with insects, and it worked. I can hear them, Sarah." Sarah's jaw dropped. "No way, that's incredible. What are they saying?" I closed my eyes again, focusing on the tiny voices around us. It's mostly just day-to-day stuff. Worker bees talking about their jobs, ants discussing the best routes to food sources. "Oh, there's a butterfly over there complaining about how the wind messes up its flight path." Sarah laughed. "That's so cool. But why insects? I mean, they're not exactly the cuddliest creatures." I shrugged. "I don't know. I just felt like I should try. They're a huge part of the ecosystem, you know? Plus, after everything that happened with Greenleaf, I want to understand as much as I can about the natural world." Just then, a frantic buzzing caught my attention. A honeybee was zigzagging erratically through the air, its usual precise flight pattern completely disrupted. "Help!" the bee cried out. "Something's wrong with the hive, we're all getting sick." I jumped to my feet, startling Sarah. "We need to follow that bee," I said urgently. "Something's wrong with its hive." Sarah didn't hesitate. We raced after the disoriented bee, following it to a large oak tree at the edge of our neighborhood. A steady stream of bees was flying in and out of a hollow in the trunk, their movements sluggish and uncoordinated. As we approached, the buzzing in my ears grew louder, a cacophony of distressed voices. "The queen isn't laying eggs. The honey tastes wrong. We're too weak to fly far enough for good pollen." I turned to Sarah, my face grave. "The whole hive is sick. They're saying something's wrong with their honey, and the queen isn't laying eggs." Sarah frowned. "Could it be related to the pollution from Greenleaf? Maybe there are still traces of chemicals in the plants they're pollinating." I nodded. "That's possible. Or it could be pesticides from the farms nearby. Either way, we need to help them." "But how?" Sarah asked. "We're not beekeepers." I thought for a moment, then snapped my fingers. "Mr. Johnson, remember he keeps bees as a hobby. Maybe he can help." We raced to Mr. Johnson's house, breathlessly explaining the situation. The kindly old man listened intently, his bushy eyebrows furrowing with concern. "Well now," he said, stroking his beard, "that does sound serious. Let's go take a look, shall we?" Armed with Mr. Johnson's beekeeping gear, we returned to the oak tree. As he carefully examined the hive, I translated the bees' frantic messages. "They're saying the problem started about a week ago," I reported. "At first, just a few bees were getting sick, but now it's affecting the whole hive." Mr. Johnson nodded gravely. "Based on what I'm seeing, I'd say we're dealing with colony collapse disorder. It's a serious problem affecting bee populations worldwide." "Is there anything we can do?" Sarah asked anxiously. Mr. Johnson smiled. "As a matter of fact, there is. We can relocate the hive to a safer area with organic flowering plants. I have just the spot in my backyard. With proper care and a clean environment, they should recover." Over the next few hours, we worked with Mr. Johnson to carefully move the hive. I used my ability to communicate with the bees, reassuring them and guiding them through the process. By sunset, the hive was safely installed in Mr. Johnson's backyard, surrounded by a garden of bee-friendly flowers. As we watched the bees settle into their new home, I felt a tug on my consciousness. The queen bee, her voice regal even in its weakness, addressed me directly. "Thank you, young human," she said. "You have saved our hive. We will not forget this kindness." Tears pricked at my eyes as I relayed the message to Sarah and Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson patted my shoulder. "You've got a real gift, Olivia. These bees are essential for our ecosystem. By saving them, you're helping to save much more than just one hive." As Sarah and I walked home in the fading light, a comfortable silence fell between us. Finally, Sarah spoke up. You know, Olivia, I've been thinking. What you can do, it's not just amazing, it's important. You're like a bridge between humans and the natural world. Maybe that's why you got this gift. I considered her words. Maybe. But I couldn't do any of this without you, Sarah. You're my partner in all of this. Sarah grinned, bumping her shoulder against mine. Partners in saving the world, one animal at a time? I laughed. Sounds like a plan. That night, as I lay in bed, I could hear the distant hum of the rescued bees, their buzzing a soothing lullaby. I thought about how much had changed since I first woke up with this ability. What had once seemed like a strange and frightening gift now felt like a responsibility, a chance to make a real difference in the world. As I drifted off to sleep, I wondered what new adventures tomorrow would bring. With Sarah by my side and the voices of nature guiding me, I felt ready for anything. The world was full of creatures big and small, each with a story to tell and a role to play. And now, in my own small way, I was part of that grand, interconnected symphony of life. The morning sun filtered through my bedroom window, rousing me from a dream filled with buzzing bees and talking flowers. As I rubbed the sleep from my eyes, I noticed something unusual on my windowsill, a small delegation of bees patiently waiting. "Good morning, Olivia," the lead bee said, her voice surprisingly clear. "We hope we're not disturbing you, but we have an urgent matter to discuss." I blinked, still not entirely used to casual conversations with insects. "Good morning," I replied, stifling a yawn. "What's going on?" The bee's antennae twitched nervously. "It's about the new beehive in Mr. Johnson's backyard. We're grateful for the help, but there's a problem. The queen, she's not doing well." My heart sank. After all our efforts to save the hive, this news was disheartening. "What's wrong with her?" "She's old and weak," another bee chimed in. "We fear she won't last much longer, and without a queen the hive will collapse." I nodded, understanding the gravity of the situation. "Okay, I'll come right away. Let me just get dressed and tell my parents." As the bees flew off, I quickly got ready and headed downstairs. My mom was in the kitchen preparing breakfast. "Morning, sweetie," she said, flipping a pancake. "You're up early for a Saturday." I grabbed an apple from the fruit bowl. "Yeah, I need to go check on Mr. Johnson's bees. It's kind of an emergency." Mom raised an eyebrow. "Bee emergency, that's a new one. Be careful, okay? And be back for lunch." I promised I would and hurried out the door, munching on my apple as I walked. When I arrived at Mr. Johnson's, I found him already in his beekeeping suit, looking concerned. "Olivia, good timing," he said as I approached. "Something's not right with the hive. They're agitated, but I can't figure out why." I nodded, relaying what the bees had told me earlier. Mr. Johnson's frown deepened. "That is serious," he mused. "Without a strong queen, the whole colony is at risk. We need to act fast." As we stood there, contemplating our next move, I heard a familiar voice calling my name. I turned to see Sarah jogging towards us, her curly hair bouncing with each step. "Hey, what's going on?" she asked, slightly out of breath. "I saw you rush out this morning and figured something was up." I quickly filled Sarah in on the situation. Her eyes widened with concern. "So what can we do?" she asked. Mr. Johnson scratched his beard thoughtfully. "Well, in cases like this, beekeepers sometimes introduce a new queen to the hive. But it's a delicate process. The hive needs to accept her, or they'll reject and kill her." I winced at the thought. "How do we make sure they accept her?" "That's the tricky part," Mr. Johnson replied. "Normally we'd use pheromones to mask her scent until the hive gets used to her. But given the urgency of the situation, we might not have time for that." An idea struck me. What if I could talk to them, explain the situation, and convince them to accept the new queen? Mr. Johnson's eyes lit up. "That just might work. Your gift could be the key to saving this hive." Sarah grinned, giving me a thumbs up. "That's brilliant, Olivia." With a plan in place, Mr. Johnson made a few calls and managed to locate a nearby beekeeper with a spare queen. While we waited for the queen to arrive, I sat near the hive, listening to the bees' worried chatter. "The queen's barely moving now," one worker bee reported. "What'll we do without her?" another fretted. I took a deep breath, focusing on projecting calm and reassurance. "Don't worry," I told them. "We're bringing you a new queen. She'll help your hive recover and grow strong again." A ripple of surprise and hope spread through the hive. "A new queen? But how will we know if she's worthy?" "Trust me," I said. "She's strong and healthy. She'll lay many eggs and help your colony thrive. But you need to give her a chance." As I continued to talk with the bees, explaining the situation and the importance of accepting the new queen, I could feel their anxiety slowly giving way to cautious optimism. Finally, Mr. Johnson returned with a small wooden box. Inside, I could hear the soft buzzing of the new queen. "Are you ready?" Mr. Johnson asked, his voice serious. I nodded, my heart pounding with a mix of excitement and nervousness. "I'm ready." Carefully, Mr. Johnson opened the hive and removed a frame. The bees swarmed around us, their buzzing intensifying. "It's okay," I said to them. "Remember what we talked about. This is to help you." As Mr. Johnson carefully introduced the new queen to the hive, I continued to communicate with the bees, encouraging them to welcome her. "Look at her," I said. "See how strong and healthy she is? She'll be a great leader for your hive." To our amazement, instead of attacking the new queen, the worker bees began to gather around her curiously. I could hear their excited whispers. "She does look strong. Her pheromones smell promising. Maybe this will work after all." Over the next hour, we watched with bated breath as the hive slowly accepted their new queen. It was a tense process, with moments where I feared the bees might reject her. But finally, I heard the words I'd been hoping for. "She's one of us now. Long live the queen." Mr. Johnson, Sarah, and I exchanged triumphant glances. We'd done it. As we closed up the hive, allowing the bees to settle in with their new leader, I felt a profound sense of accomplishment. This was more than just saving one hive. It was about maintaining the delicate balance of our local ecosystem. "You did it, Olivia," Sarah said, giving me a hug. "You were amazing." Mr. Johnson nodded in agreement. "I've been keeping bees for 30 years and I've never seen anything like this. You have a real gift, young lady." I blushed at their praise. "I'm just glad I could help. But I couldn't have done it without both of you." As we walked back to Mr. Johnson's house for some well-deserved lemonade, I reflected on the events of the morning. My ability to communicate with animals, and now insects, had once again proved to be more than just a curious talent. It was a responsibility, a way to bridge the gap between humans and the natural world. "You know," Sarah said as we sipped our drinks, "I was thinking, with your gift we could do so much more to help animals and insects in our area. Maybe we could start a club at school, the Nature Protectors or something?" I grinned, excited by the idea. "That's brilliant, Sarah. We could educate people about local wildlife, organize cleanups, maybe even set up more bee-friendly gardens around town." Mr. Johnson chuckled at our enthusiasm. "Sounds like you two are going to be busy, but if you ever need any help, you know where to find me." As Sarah and I walked home, our heads buzzing with plans for our new club, I felt a renewed sense of purpose. The world of insects had opened up a whole new realm of possibilities, and I was eager to explore it further. With every passing day, I was learning more about the intricate web of life that surrounded us. And with each small act, whether saving a beehive or cleaning up a creek, I felt like I was becoming a part of that web, playing my own unique role in the grand symphony of nature. The crisp autumn air nipped at my cheeks as Sarah and I made our way through the forest. Leaves crunched underfoot, a symphony of reds, oranges, and golds surrounding us. It had been 2 months since we'd saved the beehive, and our Nature Protectors Club at school was thriving. "I still can't believe Ms. Thompson let us use her classroom for meetings," Sarah said, ducking under a low-hanging branch. I grinned. "I know. And did you see how many people signed up? We might need a bigger room soon." As we walked deeper into the woods, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. The usual chatter of birds and squirrels was subdued, replaced by an eerie quiet. Suddenly, a frantic squirrel darted across our path, nearly colliding with Sarah's feet. "Whoa!" Sarah exclaimed, stumbling backward. "What's got him in such a hurry?" I focused, trying to catch the squirrel's rapid-fire thoughts. He's scared. Really scared. Something about strange noises and missing animals. Sarah's eyes widened. Missing animals? That doesn't sound good. We pressed on, my senses on high alert. As we neared the heart of the forest, a wise old owl swooped down, perching on a nearby branch. "Young Olivia," the owl hooted softly. "We've been hoping you'd come. There's trouble brewing in these woods." "What kind of trouble?" I asked, my heart racing. The owl's eyes, big and sorrowful, blinked slowly. "Animals have been disappearing. At first we thought it was just the natural order of things, but now we're certain something sinister is at work." Sarah, unable to hear the owl's words, looked at me questioningly. I quickly relayed the information. "Disappearing animals?" she echoed. "Like more than usual?" I nodded grimly. "Apparently so. Can you tell us more?" I asked the owl. "It started about a week ago," the owl explained. "First, a few rabbits went missing, then some deer, even a bear cub. We've heard strange noises at night, metal clanking, engines rumbling, and there are traps, cruel, unnatural things hidden in the underbrush." My blood ran cold. "Poachers," I whispered to Sarah. Her face paled. "Here? But why? This isn't exactly an exotic animal hotspot." "I don't know," I replied, "but we need to find out." Turning back to the owl, I asked, "Can you show us where you've seen or heard these things?" The owl bobbed its head. "Follow me, but tread carefully. The forest is no longer safe." As we followed the owl deeper into the woods, other animals began to emerge, cautiously at first, then with growing urgency as they recognized me. A family of deer, a pair of foxes, even a grumpy old badger. All had stories of missing friends or narrow escapes from hidden traps. "It's not right," a young doe said, her voice trembling. "This is our home. We should feel safe here." "We'll do everything we can to help," I promised, my resolve strengthening with each word. As the sun began to dip below the tree line, casting long shadows through the forest, we heard a distant rumbling. The owl tensed. "That's the sound," it hooted urgently. "The metal beast that brings the two-legged predators." Sarah and I exchanged glances. "We should check it out," she whispered. Nodding in agreement, I turned to the gathered animals. "Stay hidden," I advised. "We'll investigate and come back with a plan." Cautiously, we crept towards the sound. As we neared a small clearing, we saw it, a large, unmarked truck parked haphazardly among the trees. Two men were unloading cages and what looked like tranquilizer guns. "I'm telling you, Mike," one man said, his voice gruff. "This is a gold mine. These rich city folks will pay top dollar for exotic pets. Who cares if the animals are actually local?" The other man, presumably Mike, grunted in agreement. "Yeah, and with that fancy new wildlife preserve opening up nearby, we've got a perfect cover. No one will notice a few missing critters." My fists clenched in anger. Sarah grabbed my arm, her eyes wide with a mixture of fear and determination. "We need to stop them," she whispered. "But how?" I replied, my mind racing. "It's just the two of us, and they have guns." As if in answer to my question, a chorus of animal voices filled my head. "We can help," a deep, rumbling voice said. I turned to see a large black bear emerging from the shadows, flanked by a pack of wolves. "You're not alone," a red fox added, slinking out from behind a bush. "This is our home, and we'll defend it." A plan began to form in my mind. I turned to Sarah, a glint in my eye. "I've got an idea, but it's going to be risky. Are you in?" Sarah grinned, her earlier fear replaced by determination. Always. Quickly, I outlined the plan to both Sarah and the assembled animals. As darkness fell, we put our plan into action. Sarah and I crept closer to the poacher's truck, armed with nothing but our wits and the support of the forest creatures. Just as we were about to step into the clearing, I gave the signal. Suddenly, the forest erupted into chaos. Wolves howled, bears roared, and birds screeched from every direction. The poachers, caught off guard, stumbled back in panic. "What the hell?" one of them shouted, fumbling with his tranquilizer gun. Taking advantage of their confusion, Sarah and I darted forward. She grabbed their keys from the truck's ignition while I used a pocket knife to slash their tires. "Hey!" Mike yelled, spotting us. "Get away from there, you brats!" But before the poachers could react, the second phase of our plan kicked in. The bear lumbered into the clearing, standing up on its hind legs and roaring ferociously. Wolves snapped at the men's heels, while a swarm of angry bees, a favor returned from our earlier hive rescue, drove them further into disarray. In the chaos, Sarah and I managed to release the few animals already trapped in cages. As the poachers flailed and shouted, we slipped back into the forest. "Now!" I shouted to Sarah. She nodded, pulling out her phone and dialing 911. "Hello? Yes, we need help. There are poachers in Willow Creek Forest. They have guns and trapped animals. Please hurry." As sirens wailed in the distance, the poachers, battered and bewildered, stumbled around their useless truck. The animals retreated into the forest, leaving the men to face the approaching law enforcement alone. Sarah and I watched from a safe distance as police cars pulled up, their flashing lights illuminating the clearing. As the poachers were handcuffed and led away, a wave of triumphant cheers echoed through my mind, the voices of countless grateful animals. The old owl landed on a branch next to us. "You've done a great thing today, young ones," it hooted softly. "The forest will remember this." As we made our way home, escorted by a grateful procession of forest creatures, I felt a profound sense of connection to the world around me. My gift had once again bridged the gap between humans and animals, allowing us to work together to protect our shared home. Sarah bumped her shoulder against mine, grinning. "So think we should add poacher busting to the Nature Protectors Club activities?" I laughed, the adrenaline of our adventure still coursing through me. "Maybe we should stick to park cleanups for now. But who knows, this might just be the beginning of our biggest adventure yet." As we emerged from the forest, the stars twinkling overhead, I knew one thing for certain. As long as there were animals in need, Sarah and I would be there, ready to lend a helping hand and a few animal voices, to protect the natural world we'd grown to love so deeply. The gymnasium buzzed with excitement as students filed in, chattering animatedly. Colorful posters adorned the walls, each showcasing different aspects of local wildlife and environmental issues. At the center of it all stood a makeshift stage, where I fidgeted nervously, adjusting the microphone. "Relax, Olivia," Sarah whispered, giving my hand a reassuring squeeze. "You've got this." I took a deep breath, scanning the growing crowd. Our Nature Protectors Club had organized this assembly to raise awareness about local environmental issues, but I hadn't expected such a turnout. Even some parents and local news reporters were present. As the last few students trickled in, Principal Martinez stepped up to the microphone. "Good morning, everyone. Today we have a special presentation from our very own Nature Protectors Club. I'm sure you've all heard about their recent heroics in helping law enforcement catch those poachers in Willow Creek Forest. So without further ado, I'll hand it over to Olivia Thompson." A round of applause filled the gym as I approached the microphone, my heart pounding. "Thank you, Principal Martinez. And thank you all for coming today. We're here to talk about something incredibly important, the delicate balance of nature in our own backyard, and how we can all play a part in protecting it." As I spoke about the local ecosystem, the animals we'd helped, and the challenges they faced, I could feel the audience becoming more engaged. Even the usual troublemakers were listening intently. "But it's not just about the big gestures," I continued. Every small action counts, whether it's picking up litter, planting bee-friendly flowers, or simply being more mindful of the creatures we share our space with. We can all make a difference. As I concluded my speech, the gym erupted in applause. Students rushed forward, eager to sign up for various nature protectors initiatives. It was overwhelming, but in the best possible way. Amidst the chaos, I noticed a man in a suit making his way towards me, a press badge hanging around his neck. My stomach did a little flip. I'd never been interviewed by a real reporter before. "Olivia Thompson?" he asked, extending his hand. "Tom Baker from the Oakville Gazette. Mind if I ask you a few questions?" I nodded, trying to keep my voice steady. "Sure, Mr. Baker." He smiled encouragingly. "That was quite a speech. You seem to have a real connection with nature. Can you tell me more about what inspired you to start this club?" I hesitated, unsure how much to reveal. "Well, I've always loved animals, and after we helped save that beehive and then the incident in the forest, I guess I realized that even kids like us can make a real difference." Mr. Baker nodded, jotting notes. "And what would you say to other young people who want to get involved in environmental protection?" "I'd say, start small but dream big," I replied, warming to the topic. "Even little things like recycling or turning off lights can add up. And don't be afraid to speak up for those who can't speak for themselves." As the interview wrapped up, I caught sight of my parents standing at the back of the gym, beaming with pride. But there was something else in their expressions. A hint of concern, perhaps. The rest of the day passed in a blur of excitement and congratulations. It wasn't until I got home that evening that I realized just how big of an impact our little club had made. "Honey, we need to talk," Mom said as soon as I walked through the door. I followed her into the living room where Dad was waiting, a newspaper spread out on the coffee table. The headline made my heart skip a beat. "Local girl's uncanny connection with nature. Coincidence or something more?" "Olivia," Dad began, his voice gentle but serious, "we're incredibly proud of what you've accomplished, but we're a little concerned about all this attention." Mom nodded in agreement. "We know you have a special gift, sweetie, but not everyone will understand. We just want to make sure you're being careful about what you reveal." I sank into the couch, suddenly feeling the weight of my secret. "I am being careful," I protested weakly. "I haven't told anyone about, you know." "We know," Dad said, patting my knee. "But people are starting to ask questions. That reporter today, he seemed very interested in how you seem to understand animals so well." Before I could respond, there was a frantic knocking at the door. Mom went to answer it, returning moments later with a very agitated Sarah. "Olivia," she exclaimed, waving her phone. "Have you seen this? Your interview is all over social media. People are calling you the animal whisperer and... oh." She trailed off, noticing the serious expressions on my parents' faces. I filled Sarah in on the conversation I'd been having with my parents. Her eyes widened as she realized the implications. "Oh no," she whispered, "what are we going to do?" Just then, a soft tapping at the window caught our attention. A familiar blue jay was perched on the sill, looking agitated. "Olivia," it chirped urgently, "you need to come quickly. There's trouble at the old Thompson farm. The developers are back and they're planning to start clearing the land tomorrow." My heart sank. The old Thompson farm, no relation, was a haven for local wildlife. We'd managed to delay its development once before, but it seemed the fight wasn't over. I turned to my parents and Sarah, torn between my promise to be careful and my need to help. I have to go," I said hesitantly. "There's a problem at the old farm. Animals need help." Dad sighed, exchanging a look with Mom. "Olivia, we understand your desire to help, but with all this attention..." "Please," I interrupted, my voice cracking with emotion. "I know it's risky, but I can't just sit by and do nothing. This is why I have this gift, to make a difference." There was a long moment of silence. Finally, Mom spoke up. "All right, but we're coming with you. If you're going to do this, we'll face it as a family." Relief washed over me. Thank you, I whispered, hugging them both. As we piled into the car, Sarah tapping away on her phone to rally the nature protectors, I couldn't help but feel a mix of excitement and trepidation. This wasn't just about saving one patch of land. It was about standing up for what we believed in, about using our voices, both human and animal, to protect the natural world. The sun was setting as we drove towards the old farm, casting long shadows across the fields. I didn't know exactly what we'd find there, or how we'd stop the developers. But I knew one thing for certain. This was just the beginning of a much bigger adventure. And whatever challenges lay ahead, we'd face them together, humans and animals united in the fight for our shared home. The car ride to Thompson Farm was tense, filled with a mixture of determination and anxiety. As we pulled up to the old barn, I could see a group of nature protectors already gathered, their faces illuminated by flashlights in the growing darkness. "Wow," Dad muttered. "Your club really came through." I nodded, a lump forming in my throat. They're good people. They care. As we got out of the car, Sarah rushed over, her curly hair wild with excitement. "Olivia, we've got about 20 club members here and more are on the way. What's the plan?" Before I could answer, a chorus of animal voices filled my head. Rabbits, deer, foxes, and countless birds all clamoring for attention, their messages tinged with fear and urgency. "They're coming at dawn. Our homes will be destroyed. What about our babies?" I closed my eyes, trying to make sense of the cacophony. "Okay, everyone, please one at a time," I whispered. Mom put a hand on my shoulder, concern etched on her face. "Honey, are you all right?" I opened my eyes, realizing how strange I must have looked. "Yeah, just processing. The animals are scared. The developers are coming at dawn with bulldozers and equipment." Dad frowned, checking his watch. "That doesn't give us much time. What can we do?" I took a deep breath, looking around at the expectant faces of my fellow nature protectors and my family. "Okay, here's what we know. The developers think this land is empty, just waiting to be built on. But we know better. This farm is home to countless animals, some of them rare or endangered. We need to show the developers and the town that this land is worth protecting." Sarah's eyes lit up. "Like a protest? We could chain ourselves to the trees or something." I shook my head. "No, I have a better idea. We're going to document everything. Every animal, every plant, every reason why this land is important. We'll live stream it, share it on social media, get the local news involved. By dawn, the whole town will know what's at stake." The group murmured in agreement, excited by the plan. As everyone began to organize into teams, each taking a section of the farm to document, I felt a gentle tug on my sleeve. It was Max, my little brother, his eyes wide with excitement. "Olivia," he whispered, "I need to tell you something important." I knelt down to his level. "What is it, Max?" He glanced around, making sure no one was listening. I can hear them too, the animals. I've been able to for a while now, but I was scared to say anything." My jaw dropped. "What? Max, why didn't you tell me?" He shrugged, looking sheepish. "I didn't want you to think I was copying you or making it up, but I want to help now. I can talk to the smaller animals, the ones that might hide from everyone else." I pulled him into a hug, my mind reeling. "Oh, Max, this is incredible. Of course you can help. Just be careful, okay?" As Max scampered off to talk to a family of field mice, I stood up, still in shock. I caught my parents' eyes, and from their expressions, I could tell they'd overheard. Mom looked like she was about to cry while Dad seemed lost in thought. "Mom, Dad," I began. "Did you know about Max?" They exchanged a look I couldn't quite decipher. Finally, Dad spoke. "We had our suspicions. But Olivia, there's something we need to tell you. Something we should have told you a long time ago." Mom nodded, taking a deep breath. "This ability you have, that Max has, it runs in the family. Your grandmother had it too." I stared at them, uncomprehending. What? But why didn't you tell me? Dad ran a hand through his hair, looking apologetic. We weren't sure if it would manifest in you or Max. It doesn't always get passed down. And honestly, we were scared. Your grandmother. She struggled with her ability. People didn't understand, and it made her life difficult. We thought we were protecting you, Mom added softly. But seeing you today, how you've embraced this gift and used it to help others, we realized we made a mistake in keeping it from you. I felt a whirlwind of emotions, confusion, anger, but also a strange sense of relief. Suddenly, so many things made sense. The knowing looks my grandmother used to give me, the way she always seemed to understand animals better than anyone else. I wish I could have talked to her about this, I said, my voice thick with emotion. Dad pulled me into a hug. She would have been so proud of you, Olivia, of both you and Max, and we are too. Our family moment was interrupted by Sarah's excited shout. Olivia, you've got to see this. We rushed over to where Sarah was crouched by a fallen log. As I got closer, I gasped. There, nestled in a small hollow, was a family of endangered golden-cheeked warblers, a species I thought had vanished from our area years ago. Oh my goodness, I breathed, carefully approaching the nest. The parent birds chirped anxiously. It's okay, I told them softly. We're here to help. Can you tell me how long you've been nesting here? The male warbler tilted his head, regarding me curiously. You can understand us? Remarkable. We've been nesting in this area for generations. This farm is one of the last places with the right kind of trees and insects for us to thrive. I relayed this information to the group, watching as Sarah excitedly documented the birds with her camera. This is huge, she said. With an endangered species nesting here, the developers can't legally destroy this habitat. As word spread through our group about the warblers, a renewed sense of purpose filled the air. Everyone worked with increased vigor, documenting every species they could find, from rare plants to unique insects. Throughout the night, our live stream gained traction. Local news picked up the story, and by the time the sky began to lighten with the first hints of dawn, a crowd had gathered at the edge of the farm. Protesters, nature enthusiasts, and curious townspeople all came to see what the fuss was about. As the sun peeked over the horizon, we heard the rumble of approaching trucks. The developers had arrived, but they were met with a sight they clearly hadn't expected. Hundreds of people standing in peaceful protest, armed with evidence of the farm's ecological importance. The lead developer, a stern-looking man in a hard hat, approached our group. What's going on here? This is private property. I stepped forward, my heart pounding but my voice steady. Sir, we've spent the night documenting the incredible biodiversity on this land. There are endangered species here, protected by law. You can't develop this area without proper environmental assessments. The man frowned, clearly caught off guard. Endangered species? That's impossible. Our surveys didn't show any. Your surveys were incomplete, I interrupted, gesturing to our gathered evidence. We have proof of golden-cheeked warblers nesting here, among other rare species. This land is a crucial habitat that needs to be protected. As if on cue, a flock of warblers flew overhead, their distinctive calls filling the air. The developer's frown deepened as he looked from the birds to the crowd of protesters, then back to me. We'll need to look into this, he said finally. Development will be postponed pending further investigation. A cheer went up from the crowd. As the developers' trucks retreated, I felt a wave of relief and joy wash over me. We'd done it. We'd bought time for the farm and its inhabitants. As reporters swarmed around us, clamoring for interviews, I felt Max's small hand slip into mine. I looked down at him, seeing my own mix of excitement and apprehension reflected in his eyes. What now? He asked. I squeezed his hand, looking out over the farm that we'd just saved, at least for now. The morning sun bathed everything in a golden light, and I could hear the joyful chorus of animals celebrating in their own way. Now, I said, we keep going. We've got a lot more work to do and a lot more to learn about our family gift. But we'll do it together. As our parents joined us, wrapping us both in a hug, I knew that this was just the beginning of a new chapter, not just for the Thompson farm, but for our family and our understanding of the natural world. Whatever challenges lay ahead, we would face them united, with the voices of nature guiding us every step of the way. I couldn't help but grin as I watched Max bouncing on his toes, barely able to contain his excitement. It had been 2 weeks since he'd discovered his ability to communicate with animals, and he was eager to put it to good use. "So, what's the plan again?" Max whispered, his eyes darting around to make sure our parents weren't within earshot. I leaned in close, lowering my voice. "We're going to the Sunny Meadows petting zoo. I've heard some troubling things from the local birds about the conditions there. We need to see for ourselves and figure out how we can help." Max nodded solemnly, his usual carefree expression replaced by determination. It warmed my heart to see how seriously he was taking this responsibility. As we approached the petting zoo entrance, the pungent smell of hay and animal droppings filled the air. Families milled about, children laughing and pointing at the various enclosures. On the surface, everything seemed normal, but I could sense an undercurrent of unease among the animals. We paid our entrance fee and stepped inside. Max immediately gravitated towards a pen full of goats, while I hung back, trying to get a general sense of the place. A small voice caught my attention. "Oh, thank goodness you're here. We've been hoping someone would come." I looked down to see a scruffy guinea pig peering up at me from a nearby enclosure. Making sure no one was watching, I knelt down and whispered, "What's going on?" The guinea pig's whiskers twitched nervously. "It's not good. They don't feed us enough, and when they do, it's not the right food. My friend Patches has been sick for days, but they won't take her to the vet." My heart sank as I surveyed the enclosure. Now that I was paying closer attention, I could see that the guinea pigs did look thin, their coats dull and unkempt. "I'll do what I can to help," I promised, before moving on to avoid suspicion. I found Max by the goat pen, a troubled look on his face. "Did you hear?" he murmured as I approached. I nodded grimly. "It's worse than we thought. We need to gather more information." For the next hour, we made our way through the petting zoo, discreetly communicating with as many animals as we could. The story was the same everywhere we went: inadequate food, dirty living conditions, and negligent medical care. As we stood by the rabbit hutches, pretending to admire the fluffy inhabitants, I felt a tug on my sleeve. It was Sarah, her brow furrowed with concern. "Hey, what are you two up to?" she asked, her voice low. "You've been acting weird since we got here." I hesitated, catching Max's eye. We'd agreed to let Sarah in on our secret, but we hadn't told her yet. Now seemed as good a time as any. "Sarah," I began, "there's something we need to tell you. But not here. Let's go somewhere more private." We found a quiet corner near the pony rides, and I took a deep breath. "Okay, this is going to sound crazy, but Max and I can communicate with animals." Sarah's eyes widened, darting between us. "What? That's impossible." "It's true," Max chimed in. "We can hear their thoughts and they can hear ours. And the animals here? They're not happy. They're being mistreated." Sarah was silent for a long moment, processing this information. Finally, she spoke. "I believe you. I mean, it explains a lot about how you two have been acting lately. So what are we going to do about this place?" Relief washed over me. Having Sarah on our side would make this so much easier. "We need to expose what's happening here," I said. "But we can't just tell people we know because the animals told us. We need proof." We spent the rest of the afternoon documenting everything we could, taking discreet photos of the inadequate living conditions, noting down the animals that appeared sick or malnourished, and eavesdropping on staff conversations. As closing time approached, we gathered near the exit to discuss our findings. "It's not enough," Sarah said, frustration evident in her voice. People will just say the animals were having an off day, or that we're exaggerating. Max's face lit up suddenly. What if we didn't need to convince people? What if the animals could show them directly? I raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? Well, Max continued, excitement building in his voice. We can communicate with the animals, right? So what if we organize them to do something that would grab everyone's attention? Something peaceful but impossible to ignore. A slow smile spread across my face as I caught on to Max's idea. A protest, I said. An animal protest. Over the next week, we returned to the petting zoo every day, spreading the word among the animals and coordinating our plan. It wasn't easy. Many of the animals were skeptical or afraid of retaliation, but gradually, we won them over. On the day of the protest, my stomach was in knots as we approached the petting zoo. Remember, I whispered to Max, we're just here as regular visitors. We can't do anything suspicious. As we entered, everything seemed normal at first. Then, at exactly 2 p.m., it began. The goats, usually eager for food and attention, retreated to the far corner of their pen, turning their backs on the visitors. The rabbits huddled together, refusing to approach the children trying to pet them. The guinea pigs formed a perfect circle in their enclosure, all facing outward. All around us, confused murmurs began to rise from the visitors. What's wrong with the animals? Why are they acting so strange? Even the usually docile ponies were participating, standing stock-still and refusing to move for their rides. I caught sight of a zookeeper rushing towards the guinea pig enclosure, a look of panic on his face. Come on, guys, he muttered, trying to disperse the circle with gentle nudges. What's gotten into you today? As the unusual behavior continued, more and more visitors began to take notice. I overheard a woman talking to her friend. I've never seen anything like this. It's almost like they're protesting or something. Sarah, playing her part perfectly, approached a staff member. Excuse me, she said, her voice laced with concern. Is everything all right with the animals? They seem upset. The flustered employee tried to reassure her. Oh, it's probably just the heat. Animals can be unpredictable sometimes. But as the afternoon wore on and the animals showed no signs of returning to normal, that explanation became less and less convincing. I felt a surge of pride as I watched a group of visitors huddled around the rabbit enclosure, their faces etched with concern. They don't look well, one man was saying. See how dull their coats are? By closing time, the atmosphere in the petting zoo had completely transformed. Visitors were asking pointed questions about animal care, and I even saw a few people filming the unusual behavior on their phones. As we left, I heard a small voice from the guinea pig enclosure. Thank you, no matter what happens now, thank you for listening to us. Tears pricked at my eyes as I gave a subtle nod in response. Outside the zoo, the three of us could barely contain our excitement. Did you see their faces? Max exclaimed. They couldn't ignore that. Sarah was already scrolling through her phone. It's blowing up on social media, she reported. People are demanding answers from the zoo management. I felt a mix of triumph and anxiety. We had drawn attention to the problem, but would it be enough to create real change? Over the next few days, we kept a close eye on the situation. The local news ran a story about the mysterious animal protest at Sunny Meadows, and an animal welfare organization announced they would be conducting an inspection. A week later, we returned to the petting zoo. The change was immediately noticeable. New, larger enclosures were being constructed. I spotted fresh, high-quality feed in the animal pens and overheard a staff member discussing upcoming vet checkups for all the animals. As we stood by the guinea pig enclosure, I felt a familiar presence. It was the same guinea pig who had first alerted us to the problems. You did it, the small voice said, filled with gratitude. Things are already so much better. We'll never forget what you've done for us. I smiled, a warm glow of satisfaction spreading through me. We had taken a risk, but it had paid off. The animals were safer and happier, and we had done it all without revealing our secret. As we left the zoo, Max tugged on my sleeve. So, he said, a mischievous glint in his eye, where are we going to help next? I laughed, ruffling his hair. One step at a time, little brother. One step at a time. It was a crisp autumn morning when I first noticed something odd about the pigeons in the city park. Usually they'd be flocking around the elderly couple who came every day to feed them, but today they seemed lethargic and disoriented. A few were even struggling to fly, their wings flapping erratically. "Max," I called to my brother, who was tossing a frisbee nearby. "Come here for a second." As he jogged over, I pointed discreetly at the birds. "Does something seem off to you?" Max's brow furrowed as he observed the pigeons. "Yeah, they look sick. Should we try talking to them?" I nodded, and we casually strolled closer to a small group huddled near a park bench. Making sure no one was within earshot, I whispered, "Hey there, are you guys feeling okay?" One pigeon lifted its head weakly. "No. Something's wrong. We're all getting sick, but we don't know why." Max and I exchanged worried glances. This wasn't just a few birds under the weather. It seemed like a widespread problem. Over the next few days, we made it our mission to investigate. We visited different parks and squares around the city, discreetly communicating with pigeons and other birds wherever we could. The story was always the same. Birds were falling ill at an alarming rate. On Saturday morning, we met Sarah at our favorite cafe to discuss our findings. As we slid into a booth, Sarah's eyes widened at our serious expressions. "Okay, spill," she said, leaning in. "What's going on?" I took a deep breath. "There's some kind of illness spreading among the city's birds, especially the pigeons." "It's bad, Sarah. Really bad." Max nodded solemnly. "We've talked to birds all over the city. They're scared and they don't know what's causing it." Sarah's face creased with concern. "Have you told anyone? The city wildlife department, maybe?" "Not yet," I replied. "We're trying to gather more information first. We can't exactly tell them our source is the birds themselves." Just then, a commotion outside caught our attention. A pigeon had crash-landed on the sidewalk, its wings twitching feebly. People were gathering around, unsure of what to do. We rushed outside. As Sarah and Max created a distraction, I knelt beside the fallen bird. "What happened?" I whispered urgently. The pigeon's thoughts were fragmented and weak. "Can't fly. Everything's spinning. Food. Park. Sick." A woman in the crowd called out, "I'm calling animal control. They'll know what to do." As we waited for help to arrive, my mind was racing. The pigeon had mentioned food in the park. Could the illness be related to something they were eating? That afternoon, we decided to stake out the park. We positioned ourselves on a bench with a good view of the areas where pigeons usually gathered. "Look," Max whispered, pointing to a man scattering birdseed. "The pigeons are flocking to him." We watched closely as the birds pecked at the seeds. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary, but I couldn't shake the feeling that we were missing something. Suddenly, Sarah gasped, "The grass! Look at the grass where he's throwing the seeds." I squinted, trying to see what she'd noticed. Then it hit me. The grass where the seeds had fallen looked slightly discolored with a faint chemical sheen. "It's not the seeds," I realized. "It's something on the grass. The seeds are just making the birds eat whatever's there." Max's eyes widened. "We need to get a sample." Carefully, we collected some of the affected grass and a handful of seeds. Sarah, whose mother worked at the local university, suggested we try to get it analyzed at the lab. The next day after school, we nervously paced outside the university laboratory, waiting for Sarah's mother to emerge with the results. When she finally appeared, her face was grave. "Kids, this is serious. The grass samples you brought in are contaminated with a highly toxic pesticide. It's not approved for use in public areas. Where did you find this?" We exchanged glances, silently agreeing to keep our animal communication abilities secret. "We noticed some birds acting strangely in the park," Sarah explained. "We thought maybe it had something to do with what they were eating." Her mother nodded approvingly. "Good observation skills. I'm going to report this to the Environmental Health Department right away. This pesticide could be harmful not just to birds, but to pets and even children who play on the grass. As we left the university, a mix of emotions swirled in my chest. We had identified the cause of the bird's illness, but the problem was far bigger than we'd imagined. "What do we do now?" Max asked, his voice small. I squared my shoulders, determination rising within me. "We keep investigating. We need to find out who's using this pesticide and why." Over the next few days, we launched our own covert investigation. We visited parks across the city, collecting samples and talking to birds. A pattern began to emerge. The toxic pesticide was present in many of the city's green spaces. One evening, as we were comparing notes in my room, we heard a tap at the window. A bedraggled pigeon was perched on the sill. I quickly opened the window, letting the bird hop inside. "What's wrong?" I asked, noticing its labored breathing. "The men, they're back," the pigeon gasped. "In the Central Park, spraying more of the bad stuff." We sprang into action. Sarah called her mother while Max and I raced to the park. Hidden behind some bushes, we watched as two men in unmarked uniforms methodically sprayed the lawns. Max pulled out his phone and started recording. "Evidence," he whispered. Suddenly, a twig snapped under my foot. One of the men whirled around, his eyes narrowing as he spotted us. "Hey, what are you kids doing here?" Heart pounding, I grabbed Max's arm. "Run!" We sprinted through the park, the angry shouts of the men fading behind us. We didn't stop running until we reached the safety of a busy street. Bent over, trying to catch my breath, I turned to Max. "Did you get it? The video?" He nodded, a triumphant grin spreading across his face. "Every second." The next day, armed with our video evidence and the lab results from Sarah's mother, we decided it was time to take our findings to the authorities. We made an appointment with the city's environmental health officer, Dr. Patel. As we sat in her office, nervousness made my palms sweat. Dr. Patel looked at us expectantly. "So, what can I do for you young people today?" I took a deep breath and began our rehearsed explanation. "Dr. Patel, we've discovered something alarming in our city parks. A toxic pesticide is being used and it's making the birds sick. We have evidence." For the next half hour, we presented our findings, the lab results, the video, our observations of the sick birds. Dr. Patel's expression grew increasingly serious as we talked. When we finished, she was silent for a long moment. Then she said, "This is very concerning. You've done an impressive job investigating this. I'm going to launch a full inquiry immediately." Relief washed over me. They were going to take action. As we left Dr. Patel's office, Max turned to me, his eyes shining. "We did it. We're going to help the birds." I smiled, but a nagging worry still tugged at me. "It's a start," I said. "But we need to make sure they follow through, and we need to find out who authorized the use of this pesticide in the first place." Over the next few weeks, we watched anxiously as the city's investigation unfolded. Work crews were dispatched to clean up the contaminated areas, and the use of all pesticides in public parks was temporarily suspended. The local news ran a story about the mysterious bird illness and the subsequent discovery of the illegal pesticide use. They praised the alert citizens who had brought it to the authorities' attention. Gradually, we began to see improvement. The pigeons in the park were more energetic, their numbers slowly increasing again. But our work wasn't done. We continued our secret communication with the birds, monitoring their health and watching for any signs of the pesticide's return. We also started a social media campaign to raise awareness about the dangers of toxic pesticides and the importance of urban wildlife. One sunny afternoon, about a month after our meeting with Dr. Patel, we were in the park when a familiar pigeon landed near us. "Thank you," it said, its thoughts clear and strong. "We're feeling much better now. The bad stuff is gone." I smiled, a warm sense of accomplishment filling me. We had faced a big challenge and made a real difference. And we'd done it all without revealing our secret ability. As we walked home, Max nudged me. "So, what's our next mission?" I laughed, throwing an arm around his shoulders. I don't know, little brother, but whatever it is, I know we'll face it together. The city stretched out before us, a jungle of concrete and steel. But now, more than ever, I was aware of the hidden world of animals that shared our urban home. And I knew that, with our unique gift, we had the power to be their voice, their protectors. Whatever challenges lay ahead, we would be ready. The city hall loomed before us, its imposing stone facade a stark contrast to the butterflies fluttering in my stomach. Max, Sarah, and I stood at the bottom of the steps, clutching our carefully prepared presentation materials. "Are you sure about this?" Sarah asked, her voice tinged with concern. The city council isn't exactly known for listening to kids. I took a deep breath, trying to steady my nerves. "We have to try. Those birds are counting on us." Max nodded enthusiastically. "Yeah, and we've got solid evidence this time. They have to listen." As we climbed the steps, I couldn't help but replay the events of the past week in my mind. After our discovery of the toxic pesticide and the subsequent cleanup efforts, we'd thought the worst was over. But then, just a few days ago, we'd received alarming news from our avian friends. "They're using it again," a robin had told us, its mental voice filled with panic. "Not everywhere, but in some parks, we can smell it." We'd immediately sprung into action, collecting new samples and documenting affected areas. Our findings were clear. Despite the ban, someone was still using the harmful pesticide in certain city parks. Now here we were, about to present our case to the city council. As we entered the building and made our way to the council chambers, I could feel my palms growing sweaty. The council meeting was already in progress when we slipped into the back of the room. We listened patiently as the council discussed various city matters, waiting for the public comment period. Finally, the council president announced, "We'll now open the floor for public comments. Each speaker will have 3 minutes. First up, we have, is that right? 3 students?" We stood up, and I could feel all eyes in the room turn to us as we made our way to the podium. Whispers and curious murmurs filled the air. "Good evening, council members," I began, my voice shaking slightly. "My name is Alex, and these are my friends Max and Sarah. We're here today to discuss an urgent matter concerning the health and safety of our city's wildlife, and potentially its residents." I launched into our prepared speech, detailing our discovery of the toxic pesticide, the initial cleanup efforts, and our recent findings that suggested the banned substance was still being used. "We have lab reports," Sarah chimed in, holding up a folder, "confirming the presence of the toxic pesticide in samples collected just this week from Oakwood Park and Riverside Gardens." Max stepped forward, his young voice clear and determined. "We've also documented a resurgence of sick birds in these areas. This isn't just about animals. This pesticide could harm pets or even children playing in these parks." As we spoke, I noticed the council members exchanging glances. Some looked concerned, others skeptical. When we finished our presentation, there was a moment of silence. Then, Councilwoman Rodriguez leaned forward. "Thank you for bringing this to our attention. Can you tell us how you came to investigate this matter in the first place?" I felt a flutter of panic. We couldn't exactly tell them we'd been talking to birds. We noticed the birds in our local park seemed sick," I explained, choosing my words carefully. "We did some research and decided to investigate further." Councilman Thompson furrowed his brow. "While I appreciate your concern, we can't simply take the word of a few kids. Do you have any expert opinions to back up your claims?" Sarah stepped in. "My mother works at the university laboratory that analyzed our samples. She can vouch for the accuracy of these results." The council president nodded. "We'll certainly look into this. Thank you for your presentation." And just like that, we were dismissed. As we walked back to our seats, I couldn't shake the feeling that they weren't taking us seriously. The rest of the meeting passed in a blur. When it finally adjourned, we lingered, hoping to speak with some of the council members individually. Councilwoman Rodriguez approached us. "That was a very well-prepared presentation," she said kindly. "I'm impressed by your initiative." "So you'll do something about the pesticide?" Max asked eagerly. Her smile faltered slightly. "We'll certainly investigate the matter. But you have to understand, these things take time. We need to verify your findings, consult with experts. I felt a surge of frustration. But the birds are getting sick now. Every day we wait is putting more animals at risk. I understand your concern, she replied, her tone placating. But we can't just act on the say-so of, well, children. We need more concrete evidence. As she walked away, I turned to Sarah and Max, disappointment etched on their faces. They're not going to do anything, are they? Sarah said quietly. I shook my head, determination rising within me. Not if we don't make them. We need a new plan. Over the next few days, we threw ourselves into gathering more evidence. We spent every free moment in the parks, documenting sick birds, collecting more samples, and even setting up a wildlife camera to try and catch the pesticide users in action. We also started a social media campaign, sharing our findings and urging people to contact their council members. Slowly but surely, we began to gain support. A week after our council presentation, we were back in Oakwood Park, checking on a group of sparrows we'd been monitoring. As we were talking to them, a jogger approached. "Excuse me," she said, looking curious. "Are you the kids I've seen on social media? The ones talking about the pesticide issue?" We exchanged glances before I cautiously replied, "Yes, that's us." Her face lit up. "I thought so. I'm an environmental science professor at the university. I've been following your campaign, and I'm impressed with your work. Would you be interested in collaborating? I could help provide the expert backing you need." It felt like a turning point. With Professor Jenkins, as we learned she was called, on our side, doors began to open. She helped us refine our data, connected us with other experts, and even arranged for more comprehensive testing of the parks. 2 weeks later, we found ourselves once again climbing the steps of City Hall. This time, however, we weren't alone. Professor Jenkins walked beside us, along with a small group of concerned citizens who had joined our cause. As we entered the council chambers, I could feel the difference in the atmosphere. The council members sat up straighter, their expressions more attentive. When it was our turn to speak, I approached the podium with newfound confidence. "Good evening, council members. We're here to follow up on our previous presentation about the toxic pesticide in our city parks." This time, our presentation was met with engaged questions and serious consideration. Professor Jenkins lent her expertise, validating our findings and emphasizing the potential risks to public health. When we finished, Councilman Thompson, who had been skeptical before, was the first to speak. "I owe you an apology," he said, his voice gruff but sincere. "We should have taken your concerns more seriously from the start. I'm putting forward a motion to immediately investigate this matter and enforce the pesticide ban." The motion passed unanimously. As we left the council chambers, surrounded by congratulations and words of support, I felt a mix of triumph and relief wash over me. Outside, as the setting sun painted the sky in vibrant hues, a familiar robin landed on a nearby railing. "You did it," it chirped, its mental voice filled with gratitude. "We knew we could count on you." I smiled, careful not to let anyone see me responding to the bird. "We're not done yet," I thought back, "but we're on the right track." As we walked home, Max nudged my arm. "So, what's our next mission?" he asked, excitement gleaming in his eyes. I laughed, throwing an arm around his shoulders. "Let's tackle one crisis at a time, little brother. But whatever comes next, I know we'll face it together." The city stretched out before us, teeming with both human and animal life. Our journey had taught us that one voice, or even a few voices, could make a difference. And with our unique ability to bridge the gap between humans and animals, I knew we had the power to create real change. As we walked, a flock of pigeons swooped overhead, their wings catching the last rays of sunlight. For a moment, I allowed myself to imagine a future where humans and animals could truly coexist in harmony. It was a future worth fighting for, one small victory at a time. The buzz of my phone jolted me awake. Squinting at the screen, I saw a flurry of notifications. social media mentions, news alerts, and missed calls. My heart raced as I scrolled through them, realizing that our story had gone viral overnight. "Max," I called out, rushing to my brother's room. "Wake up, you've got to see this." Max groggily sat up, rubbing his eyes. "What's going on?" I thrust my phone at him. "We're all over the news, the pesticide story, it's everywhere." As Max scrolled through the notifications, his eyes widened. "Whoa, this is crazy." Our parents appeared in the doorway, looking concerned. "Kids," Mom began, "there's something you should see downstairs." We followed them to the living room, where the local news was playing on TV. To our astonishment, there we were. Footage from the city council meeting, interspersed with clips of us in the park. The news anchor's voice filled the room. "In a stunning turn of events, a group of local teenagers has uncovered a major environmental scandal in our city. Their persistent investigation into the use of banned pesticides in public parks has led to a citywide probe and calls for accountability." Dad muted the TV and turned to us, his expression a mix of pride and worry. "You two have some explaining to do. Why didn't you tell us about this?" I exchanged a glance with Max, our silent communication honed by years of sharing our secret ability. We didn't want to worry you," I began. "And honestly, we didn't think it would get this big." Mom sat down beside us, her voice gentle but firm. "We're proud of what you've done, but you should have come to us. This is a big deal, and it could have some serious consequences." As if on cue, my phone buzzed again. It was Sarah. "Have you seen the news?" Her text read. "There's a reporter asking around the neighborhood about us." My stomach churned with a mix of excitement and anxiety. We had wanted to make a difference, but this level of attention was unexpected and, frankly, a little scary. Just then, the doorbell rang. Dad went to answer it, and we heard murmured conversation before he returned, looking troubled. "There's a reporter outside," he said. "She's asking for an interview." Max jumped up, eager to share our story, but I held him back. "Wait," I said. "We need to be careful. Remember our secret?" The weight of our ability to communicate with animals suddenly felt heavier than ever. How could we explain our investigation without revealing how we'd first learned about the problem? Mom seemed to sense our hesitation. "You don't have to talk to them if you're not comfortable," she assured us, but I knew we couldn't hide forever. Taking a deep breath, I stood up. "No, it's okay. We should talk to them. But can you be there with us?" With our parents by our side, we stepped out onto the front porch. A young woman with a microphone and a cameraman stood waiting, their faces lighting up as we appeared. "Alex and Max, right?" the reporter said, her voice brimming with enthusiasm. "I'm Kira Chen from Channel 7 News. We'd love to hear more about your amazing investigation. How did you first become aware of the pesticide issue?" I felt Max tense beside me, and I squeezed his hand reassuringly. We had practiced this. "We noticed the birds in our local park seemed sick," I explained, sticking to our prepared story. "We did some research and decided to investigate further." Kira nodded encouragingly. "That's incredible initiative for kids your age. What made you suspect pesticides specifically?" Max chimed in, his voice steady. "We read about similar cases in other cities. When we started looking closer, we noticed some of the park grass looked discolored." The interview continued, with Kira pressing for more details about our investigation process, our presentation to the city council, and our thoughts on the city's response. We carefully navigated her questions, emphasizing the scientific evidence we'd gathered and the support we'd received from experts like Professor Jenkins. As the interview wound down, Kira asked one final question that caught me off guard. "You seem to have an uncanny understanding of the local wildlife. Some people are calling you animal whisperers. What do you say to that?" I felt a moment of panic, but quickly composed myself. "We're just observant," I said with a nervous laugh. "When you spend enough time watching animals, you start to understand their behavior better." After the reporter left, we retreated back inside, exhausted, but relieved. "You did great," Dad said, giving us each a hug. But our respite was short-lived. Over the next few days, the media frenzy intensified. More reporters showed up at our door, our social media accounts were flooded with messages, and we even received interview requests from national news outlets. It was during this whirlwind that we first noticed him, a man in a dark suit who seemed to be everywhere we went. At first, we thought it was just coincidence, but as the days passed, his presence became unmistakable. "Do you think he's following us?" Max whispered as we walked home from school, the man trailing half a block behind. I nodded grimly. "Definitely. But why?" Our answer came later that evening when we overheard our parents talking in hushed tones. "A reporter from the Globe," Mom was saying. "He's been digging deeper into the kid's story. Says some things don't add up." Dad's voice was tense. "What do you mean?" "He's questioning how they knew where to look, how they always seemed to be in the right place at the right time. He's suggesting they might have had inside information." My blood ran cold. This was exactly what we'd feared. Someone getting too close to the truth. The next day, as we sat in the treehouse that had become our unofficial headquarters, Sarah joined us, her face etched with worry. "Guys, we need to talk," she said, settling onto a cushion. "This reporter from the Globe, he came to my house yesterday. He was asking all sorts of questions about how we conducted our investigation." Max looked panicked. "Did you tell him anything?" Sarah shook her head. "No, of course not. But he seemed really suspicious. He kept asking how we knew which parks to check, how we always found sick birds so quickly." I ran a hand through my hair, frustration building. "This is getting out of hand. We're supposed to be helping the animals, not becoming some kind of local celebrities." "Maybe we should just tell the truth," Max suggested quietly. Sarah and I stared at him in disbelief. "Are you crazy?" I hissed. "We can't tell people we can talk to animals." I know, Max said, holding up his hands. "But what if we just hinted at it, said we have a special connection with animals or something?" I was about to argue when a soft coo interrupted us. A pigeon had landed on the treehouse window, its eyes bright with intelligence. "The man in the suit," it said in our minds. "He's been asking other animals about you, offering them food to spy on you." We exchanged alarmed glances. This was worse than we thought. "What do we do now?" Sarah asked, her voice small. I took a deep breath, trying to think clearly despite the fear clouding my mind. "We need to control the narrative," I said slowly. "We can't keep dodging questions forever, but we also can't reveal our true ability." Max nodded, catching on. "So we give them a story they'll believe. Something close to the truth, but not quite." Over the next hour, we crafted our new story. We would say that we had always felt a strong connection to animals, that we could sense their emotions and understand their behavior in a way that others couldn't. It wasn't the full truth, but it was close enough that we could maintain consistency in our story without revealing our actual ability. The next day, we approached the reporter from the Globe ourselves. It was time to face the music. As we sat down with him in a local cafe, I could see the suspicion in his eyes. But as we shared our carefully crafted story, emphasizing our lifelong bond with animals and our commitment to protecting them, I saw his expression soften. "You know," he said as we finished, "when I started looking into this, I thought I might uncover some big conspiracy. But now I see you're just a group of passionate kids who care deeply about animals and your community. That's the real story here." As he left, promising to write a fair and positive article about our efforts, I felt a weight lift from my shoulders. We had navigated the media spotlight without revealing our secret, and in doing so, we had refocused attention on what really mattered, the animals we were trying to help. That evening, as Max and I sat on our back porch, a chorus of animal voices filled our minds. Birds, squirrels, even the neighbor's cat, all expressing their gratitude and support. "We did it," Max said, a smile spreading across his face. "We really made a difference." I nodded, feeling a renewed sense of purpose. "Yeah, we did. And this is just the beginning." As the sun set, casting a warm glow over our backyard, I realized that our journey had taken an unexpected turn. We had set out to help the animals in our city, but in the process, we had become advocates for a larger cause. The road ahead might be challenging, but with our unique gift and our determination, I knew we could face whatever came our way. The adventure was far from over. In fact, it felt like it was just beginning. The first hint of trouble came on a crisp autumn morning. I was walking to school with Max when we heard a commotion in the park across the street. A group of squirrels was chattering loudly, their mental voices a cacophony of anger and fear. "Something's wrong," I murmured to Max. We crossed the street trying to look casual as we approached the agitated squirrels. "What's going on?" I thought, directing my question to the group. An older squirrel, his fur graying around the muzzle, turned to us. "They're going to destroy our home," he said, his mental voice trembling with emotion. "The humans are planning to cut down our trees to build more of their stone nests." Max and I exchanged worried glances. "What do you mean?" Max asked. "Are they expanding the park?" Another squirrel chimed in. "No, they're shrinking it. We overheard the humans in shiny hats talking yesterday. They're going to build tall stone nests where our trees are now." My heart sank as I realized what they meant. The city must be planning to develop part of the park for housing. While I understood the need for more homes, the thought of destroying this vital habitat was distressing. "We need to do something," Max said, his young face set with determination. I nodded, but before I could respond, we heard a familiar voice calling out, "Hey guys, what are you doing?" We turned to see Sarah jogging towards us. As she approached, she lowered her voice. "Are you, talking to them?" She gestured discreetly at the squirrels. I nodded grimly. "Yeah, and it's not good news. Come on, we'll fill you in on the way to school." As we walked, we explained the situation to Sarah. Her face grew more concerned with each detail. "But they can't just destroy part of the park, can they?" she asked. "Don't we have laws protecting green spaces?" I shrugged helplessly. "I don't know, but we need to find out more before we can do anything." Throughout the school day, I found it hard to concentrate. My mind kept wandering back to the park and the animals whose homes were at risk. During lunch, the three of us huddled together, brainstorming ideas. "We could start a petition," Sarah suggested. "Get the community involved." Max nodded enthusiastically. "Yeah, and maybe we could organize a protest or something." "Those are good ideas," I said. "But first, we need more information. We need to know exactly what the city is planning." After school, we headed straight to the public library. We spent hours poring over city planning documents, zoning laws, and environmental regulations. What we discovered was disheartening. "Look at this," Sarah said, pointing to a document. "The city council is considering rezoning part of the park for residential development. They're citing the housing shortage as justification." I felt a mix of frustration and determination rising within me. Okay, so now we know what we're up against, but how do we stop it? As we left the library, the sun was already setting. We agreed to meet the next day to start planning our strategy. But as I lay in bed that night, unable to sleep, I couldn't shake the feeling that time was running out. The next few days were a whirlwind of activity. We started a social media campaign, created an online petition, and even managed to get a small article in the local newspaper about the importance of preserving the park. But as we worked to rally human support, we noticed a change in the animals' behavior. They were becoming more agitated, more desperate. During one of our visits to the park, a raccoon approached us, its mental voice urgent. "We can't wait for the slow wheels of human bureaucracy," it said. "We need to take action now." I felt a chill run down my spine. "What kind of action?" I asked cautiously. The raccoon's eyes gleamed with a mixture of fear and determination. "We're planning a demonstration. All of us. The squirrels, the birds, even the insects. We'll show the humans that this is our home too." Max's eyes widened. "You mean like an animal protest?" The raccoon nodded, Exactly. We'll gather in the area they plan to destroy. They can't ignore us if we're all there together. As the raccoons scampered away, I turned to Max and Sarah, my heart racing. This is bad, I said. If the animals do this, people might panic. They could get hurt. Sarah nodded, her face pale. We need to stop them, or at least guide them to do this safely. Over the next few days, we tried to reason with the animals, to convince them to wait for our human efforts to take effect. But their patience was wearing thin. On a foggy Saturday morning, we arrived at the park to find a scene of chaos. Animals of all kinds were gathering in the area slated for development. Squirrels chittered from the trees, birds swooped overhead, and even a group of deer stood at the edge of the woods, watching warily. "Oh no," Max whispered. "It's starting." As we watched, more and more animals joined the gathering. Their combined mental voices were a roar of determination and fear. "We need to do something," Sarah said urgently. "People are starting to notice." Indeed, a small crowd of humans had begun to gather, pointing and murmuring in confusion at the unusual animal behavior. Taking a deep breath, I stepped forward. "Everyone, please listen," I thought, projecting as strongly as I could to all the assembled animals. "I know you're scared and angry, but this isn't the way. You could get hurt." A chorus of mental voices responded, some agreeing, others arguing. But before we could make any progress, we heard the rumble of engines. Looking up, we saw a group of construction vehicles approaching the park. Panic rippled through the animal crowd. A flock of pigeons took to the air, diving at the vehicles. Squirrels began pelting the workers with acorns as they emerged from their trucks. "Stop!" I shouted both mentally and out loud. "You'll only make things worse." But it was too late. The scene had descended into chaos. Workers shouted in confusion and fear as animals seemed to attack from all sides. A growing crowd of onlookers added to the commotion, some filming with their phones, others calling for help. In the midst of the chaos, I saw a small rabbit frozen in fear in the path of one of the construction vehicles. Without thinking, I sprinted forward, scooping up the terrified animal just as the vehicle ground to a halt, mere inches away. Silence fell over the park. All eyes, human and animal, were on me as I stood there, clutching the trembling rabbit to my chest. One of the construction workers, a burly man with a bewildered expression, stepped forward. "Kid," he said slowly, "what the hell is going on here?" I looked around at the scene, the confused humans, the defiant animals, my worried friends. In that moment, I knew we couldn't keep our secret any longer. Not if we wanted to prevent a disaster. Taking a deep breath, I spoke loudly and clearly. "These animals are protecting their home," I said. "They know you're planning to destroy part of the park and they're afraid." Murmurs rippled through the human crowd. The construction foreman frowned. "How could they possibly know that? And why are they listening to you?" I exchanged a glance with Max and Sarah, who nodded encouragingly. It was time. "Because," I said, my voice shaking slightly, "we can communicate with them. We understand them and they understand us." A hush fell over the park. Then, predictably, chaos erupted again. People started shouting questions, some in disbelief, others in awe. The animals, sensing the shift in mood, began to calm down. Over the next few hours, as police and city officials arrived, we found ourselves at the center of a media storm. We demonstrated our ability, translating the animals' concerns to the astonished humans. By the end of the day, the construction had been halted pending further review. The city council agreed to hold an emergency meeting to reconsider the development plans. As the sun set, the park slowly emptied of both humans and animals. Max, Sarah, and I sat on a bench, exhausted but relieved. "So," Max said, breaking the silence, "I guess our secret's out." I nodded, still processing the day's events. "Yeah, everything's going to change now." Sarah squeezed my hand. "But we did the right thing. We gave the animals a voice." As if in response, a soft chorus of mental voices reached us, animals from all around the park, expressing their gratitude and support. I smiled, feeling a mix of trepidation and excitement about what the future might hold. We had taken a huge risk by revealing our ability, but in doing so, we had opened up a new world of possibilities. "You're right," I said, looking out over the park that we had helped save. "This isn't the end. It's just the beginning of a whole new adventure." As we sat there, watching the stars come out over the trees we had helped protect, I realized that our journey as mediators between the human and animal worlds was only just beginning. There would be challenges ahead, but together, we were ready to face them. The animal uprising had been averted, but a new era of understanding between humans and animals was just dawning, and we were at the heart of it all. The invitation arrived on a Tuesday morning, its official-looking envelope standing out among the usual pile of bills and junk mail. My hands trembled slightly as I read the embossed text. "Dear Alex, you are cordially invited to participate in the International Youth Environmental Summit in Geneva, Switzerland. Your recent contributions to wildlife conservation and environmental awareness have caught the attention of our selection committee." I could hardly believe my eyes. Geneva? An international summit? It seemed surreal after the whirlwind of events following our revelation about communicating with animals. "Mom, Dad," I called out, my voice cracking with excitement. "You've got to see this." As my parents read the invitation, their expressions shifted from surprise to pride. "Oh, honey, this is incredible," Mom exclaimed, pulling me into a hug. Dad nodded, his eyes twinkling. "You've earned this, Alex. We're so proud of you." Just then, my phone buzzed. It was Max. "Did you get one too?" I asked as soon as I answered. "Yeah!" Max's voice was filled with excitement. "And Sarah did as well. Can you believe it?" The next few weeks were a blur of preparations. We had to get passports, pack appropriate clothes for the summit, and prepare our presentations. The anticipation built with each passing day. Finally, the day of our departure arrived. As we boarded the plane, I felt a mix of excitement and nervousness. This would be our first time traveling so far from home, and our first time representing our cause on an international stage. "You okay?" Sarah asked, noticing my nervous fidgeting during the flight. I nodded, trying to smile. "Just a little overwhelmed, I guess. This is all happening so fast." Max leaned over from his seat. "Don't worry, we've got this. We've faced down angry construction workers and a whole park full of protesting animals. How hard can a bunch of other kids be?" I laughed, feeling some of the tension ease. He was right in a way. We had been through a lot together. When we finally arrived in Geneva, the beauty of the city took our breath away. The summit was being held in a grand old building overlooking Lake Geneva, its architecture a blend of historic charm and modern efficiency. As we entered the main conference hall on the first day, I was struck by the diversity of the attendees. There were young people from every corner of the globe, all united by their passion for the environment. The opening ceremony was a blur of speeches and introductions. When it was over, we found ourselves in a meet and greet session, surrounded by other young activists eager to share their stories. A tall girl with bright blue hair approached us. "You're the animal communicators, right? I'm Zara from South Africa. I've been dying to meet you." We spent the next hour chatting with Zara and other attendees, sharing our experiences and learning about the environmental challenges faced in different parts of the world. As we were talking, I noticed a quiet boy standing at the edge of the group, listening intently but not joining in. Curiosity piqued, I made my way over to him. "Hi, I'm Alex," I said, offering my hand. He shook it shyly. "Hiroshi," he replied softly. "From Japan." "Are you here to present too?" I asked. Hiroshi nodded. "Yes, about the impact of ocean pollution on marine life in Tokyo Bay." As we continued to chat, I was impressed by Hiroshi's deep knowledge and passion for his cause. It struck me how each of us at this summit had our own unique perspective and area of expertise. The next few days were a whirlwind of presentations, workshops, and discussions. We learned about innovative conservation techniques, cutting-edge environmental technologies, and grassroots activism strategies from around the world. When it was our turn to present, I felt a familiar flutter of nervousness in my stomach. But as I looked out at the audience of our peers, all eager to learn, the nervousness transformed into determination. Our ability to communicate with animals has opened our eyes to a world that many humans have forgotten, I began. A world where every creature, no matter how small, has a voice and a role to play in our ecosystem. As we shared our story and the lessons we'd learned, I could see the impact it was having. There were gasps of amazement, nods of understanding, and by the end, a standing ovation that left us overwhelmed with emotion. After our presentation, we were swarmed by other attendees, all bursting with questions and ideas. "Could you teach others to communicate with animals?" one girl asked excitedly. "Have you considered using your ability to help with endangered species conservation?" inquired another. As we tried to answer the flood of questions, I caught sight of Hiroshi standing at the back of the group, a thoughtful expression on his face. Later that evening, as we were enjoying a dinner cruise on Lake Geneva, Hiroshi approached our table. "Your presentation was very moving," he said quietly. "It made me think about something I've never told anyone." Intrigued, we invited him to sit with us. Hiroshi took a deep breath before continuing. I think I might be able to communicate with sea creatures," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. "I've always felt a connection to them, especially when I'm diving. But I've been afraid to tell anyone. They might think I'm crazy." Max's eyes widened. "You mean we're not the only ones?" I felt a surge of excitement and curiosity. "Hiroshi, that's amazing. Have you tried actively communicating with them?" Hiroshi shook his head. "Not really. I wasn't sure if it was real or just my imagination. But after hearing your story, I think maybe it is real." We spent the rest of the evening talking with Hiroshi, sharing our experiences and encouraging him to explore his ability. It was a revelation to think that there might be others out there with similar gifts. As the summit drew to a close, I found myself reflecting on everything we'd learned and experienced. We had come here thinking we were unique, but we were leaving with the knowledge that we were part of a global community of young people, all working towards the same goal. On the final day, the summit organizers announced a surprise. They had been so impressed by the passion and ideas of the attendees that they were establishing a Young Environmental Leaders Network, complete with funding for collaborative projects. As we all exchanged contact information and made plans for future collaborations, I felt a sense of hope and excitement for the future. We had come to Geneva as individuals, but we were leaving as a united force for change. On the flight home, Max turned to me with a grin. "So what's our next adventure?" I laughed, shaking my head. "I don't know, but I have a feeling it's going to be big. We're not just local activists anymore. We're part of something global now." Sarah nodded, her eyes shining with excitement. "And we might not be the only animal communicators out there. Imagine if we could find others like us, create a network." As the plane soared over the Atlantic, I gazed out at the vast expanse of ocean below. Our world had expanded in ways I never could have imagined when we first discovered our ability. We had started this journey trying to save a local park, and now we were part of an international movement. But with this expanded reach came greater responsibility. We had been given a platform, and it was up to us to use it wisely. The animals we could communicate with were counting on us, as were our new friends from around the world. As I drifted off to sleep, lulled by the hum of the airplane engines, I found myself dreaming of a world where humans and animals could truly understand each other. A world where the barriers between species fell away, replaced by mutual respect and cooperation. It was a big dream, but after everything we'd experienced at the summit, it didn't seem impossible anymore. In fact, it felt like we were already taking the first steps towards making it a reality. The future was uncertain, but one thing was clear: our adventure was far from over. In fact, it felt like it was just beginning. The early morning mist hung low over the trees as Max, Sarah, and I made our way along the forest trail. We had received an urgent message from our animal friends about a disturbance in the heart of the national forest, and we were determined to investigate. Do you think it's as bad as they said? Max asked, his voice tinged with worry. I shrugged, trying to keep my own concern at bay. I don't know, but the squirrels seemed pretty agitated. Whatever it is, it's got the whole forest on edge. As we ventured deeper into the woods, the usual symphony of bird calls and rustling leaves was noticeably absent. An eerie silence had settled over the forest, broken only by our footsteps and the occasional snap of a twig. Suddenly, a red fox darted across our path, skidding to a halt when it noticed us. Its mental voice was filled with panic. You're here. Thank goodness. You must stop them. They're destroying everything. Slow down, I thought back, trying to project calm. Who's destroying what? The fox's tail swished anxiously. The humans with the big yellow machines, they're tearing down trees more than ever before. Our homes, our food sources, everything is being destroyed. Sarah gasped. Logging? But this is protected land, isn't it? I nodded grimly. It's supposed to be. Come on, we need to see this for ourselves. As we followed the fox deeper into the forest, the sound of heavy machinery grew louder. We crested a small hill and stopped short, horrified by the scene before us. A vast swath of the forest had been cleared, leaving nothing but stumps and churned earth. Enormous logging machines moved through the remaining trees, their metal claws reaching out to grab and uproot centuries-old giants. This can't be legal, Sarah whispered, her voice choked with emotion. Max was already pulling out his phone, snapping pictures and video. We need to document everything. If this is illegal, we'll need proof. As we watched, a group of animals gathered around us. Deer, rabbits, birds, and more. Their mental voices were a cacophony of fear and anger. You must stop them. Where will we go? They're destroying our home. I held up my hands, trying to quiet the mental chatter. We'll do everything we can, I promised. But we need to be smart about this. We can't just charge in there. Just then we heard voices approaching. We quickly ducked behind some bushes as two men in hard hats walked by. Biggest operation we've ever run, one was saying. The boss says we need to clear this whole section before the end of the month. But what about the protected status, the other asked. The first man chuckled. Paperwork error, apparently. By the time anyone figures it out, we'll be long gone with the timber. As their voices faded, we looked at each other in shock. Did you hear that? Max whispered. They're exploiting some kind of loophole. I nodded, my mind racing. We need to alert the authorities, but we also need to buy some time. If they clear this whole section, the damage will be irreversible. Sarah's eyes lit up. What if we organized a protest, like we did in the park, but bigger? That could work, I agreed, but we'll need help. Lots of it. Over the next few hours, we put our plan into action. Sarah started calling local environmental groups and the media, while Max and I spread the word through the forest, asking the animals to gather as many of their kind as possible. By mid-afternoon, a crowd had begun to form at the edge of the logging site. Environmental activists, concerned citizens, and news crews all mingled together, their voices rising in anger as they saw the destruction. And then, as if on cue, the animals began to emerge from the forest. Deer walked proudly into the cleared area, standing their ground in front of the machines. Flocks of birds darkened the sky, swooping and diving around the loggers. Smaller animals, squirrels, rabbits, foxes, darted between the stumps and equipment. The loggers stopped their work, staring in disbelief at the scene unfolding before them. "What the hell is going on?" one shouted, backing away from a group of unflinching deer. I stepped forward, my heart pounding but my voice steady. "This forest is protected land," I called out, "and it's home to thousands of animals. We demand that you stop this illegal logging immediately." The crowd cheered, cameras flashed, and the animals stood their ground, creating a living barrier between the loggers and the remaining trees. As the standoff continued, police cars and Forest Service vehicles began to arrive. Officials looked bewildered by the scene. Protesters, animals, and logging equipment all frozen in a bizarre tableau. A forest ranger approached us, his face a mix of confusion and awe. You're the kids who can talk to animals, aren't you? I've heard about you. Is this your doing? I nodded. We received a distress call from the forest. These loggers are exploiting some kind of paperwork error to clear-cut protected land. The ranger's expression hardened. Is that so? Well, we'll certainly be looking into that. In the meantime, I think it's best if all logging operations cease until we get this sorted out. A cheer went up from the crowd as the loggers, outnumbered and outmaneuvered, began to power down their machines. As the excitement died down and officials began taking statements, I noticed a man in a suit standing at the edge of the clearing, watching us intently. He approached slowly, his eyes never leaving mine. "That was quite a show," he said, his voice low. "I'm Richard Hawthorne, from the World Wildlife Federation. We've been hearing interesting things about you three." Sarah stepped forward, her chin raised defiantly. "Is that a problem?" Richard smiled. "On the contrary. What you did here today, it's unprecedented. You've given these animals a voice in a way that no one else can. We'd like to talk to you about potentially working together." My mind reeled at the implications. The World Wildlife Federation was one of the largest conservation organizations in the world. Their resources and reach could amplify our efforts exponentially. "We're listening," I said cautiously. As Richard outlined some potential collaborations, from using our abilities to assist in wildlife surveys to acting as ambassadors for endangered species, I felt a mix of excitement and trepidation. Later that evening, as the forest settled back into its natural rhythm, we sat around a small campfire processing the day's events. "So, what do you think?" Max asked, poking at the fire with a stick. "About the WWF offer?" Sarah hugged her knees to her chest. "It's an amazing opportunity. Think of all the good we could do on a global scale." I nodded slowly. "It is tempting, but it would also mean more attention, more scrutiny. Are we ready for that?" As if in response to my question, a gentle chorus of mental voices rose from the forest around us, animals of all kinds, expressing their gratitude and support. "You gave us a voice," a wise old owl thought. "You stood up for those who cannot speak for themselves. That is a great responsibility, but also a great gift." I looked at Max and Sarah, seeing my own mix of determination and uncertainty reflected in their eyes. We had started this journey trying to save a local park, and now we were being offered a chance to make a difference on a global scale. "Whatever we decide," I said slowly, "we're in this together. We've come too far to back down now." Max grinned, his earlier worry replaced by excitement. "Who knows? Maybe we'll inspire others like us to come forward. Imagine a whole network of animal communicators around the world." Sarah laughed. "One step at a time, Max. For now, let's focus on saving this forest and seeing where this WWF opportunity leads." As the fire crackled and the stars twinkled overhead, I felt a sense of peace settle over me. We had faced our biggest challenge yet and come out victorious. The path ahead was uncertain, but I knew that together we could face whatever came our way. The forest had been saved, at least for now, but our journey, it seemed, was far from over. In fact, it felt like we were on the brink of something even bigger. As I drifted off to sleep that night, lulled by the gentle mental murmurs of the forest creatures, I couldn't help but wonder what new adventures awaited us on the horizon. I trudged through the front door, exhausted from another day of covert animal communication and environmental activism. The house was quiet, save for the soft murmur of the TV in the living room. As I kicked off my shoes, I heard my mom call out, "Sweetie, can you come in here for a moment? Your father and I need to talk to you." Something in her tone made my stomach clench. I shared a quick glance with Max, who had followed me inside. He shrugged, looking as puzzled as I felt. As we entered the living room, the sight that greeted us sent a jolt of shock through my system. Mom and Dad sat on the couch, their faces a mix of concern and, was that understanding? Between them on the coffee table lay a stack of notebooks. My notebooks. Detailed accounts of our conversation with animals. our various missions. My heart began to race him, and I felt the blood drain from my face. Those are just... A hand, his expression gentle. It's okay, sweetheart. We know. The words hit me like a physical blow. My knees weakened, and I sank into the nearest armchair. Max, still standing, looked like Myatt will at any second. Know what? I managed to croak out, clinging to the faint hope that this was all a misunderstanding. Mom leaned forward, her eyes shimmering with emotion. We know about your ability to communicate with animals. We've known for a while now. Around me. I gripped the arms of the chair, trying to anchor myself to reality. But how? We've been so careful, Dad chuckled softly. You have been, for the most part. But we're your parents. We notice things. The whispered conversations with Rocky when you thought we weren't around, the way local animals started behaving around our house. And then there were the anonymous tips about environmental issues that always seemed to come from you two. A whirlwind of emotions crashed over me. Anger at having our secret discovered, relief at no longer having to hide, confusion about their apparent acceptance, and a lingering fear of what this might mean for our future. Why didn't you say anything? Max blurted out, finally finding his voice. Mom's smile was tinged with sadness. We wanted to give you space to come to us when you were ready. We remember how hard it was when we first discovered our own abilities. The words took a moment to register. When they did, my jaw dropped. Your own abilities? You mean you can talk to animals too? Dad nodded. We can. It's a genetic trait that runs in both our families, though it often skips generations. We had hoped it might manifest in you two, but we couldn't be sure until it happened. I felt like I was in a dream, or maybe a very elaborate prank. But all this time, you never said anything. Even when we were struggling or scared or... Oh, honey, Mom said, moving to kneel beside my chair. She took my hand in hers. We wanted to. There were so many times we almost told you, but we remembered how overwhelming it was to discover this ability, how important it felt to keep it a secret. We didn't want to take that journey away from you. Warmth spread through me as I realized the depth of their understanding and support. Tears welled up in my eyes. So all those times I thought I was lying to you, covering up our activities? Dad grinned. We were pretty impressed with some of your cover stories, but we also knew when you were out there making a difference, and we couldn't have been prouder. Max flopped onto the couch, shaking his head in disbelief. This is wild. So, what happens now? Do we, have family meetings with the neighborhood squirrels or something? We all laughed, the tension in the room finally breaking. Well, Dad said, now that everything's out in the open, we thought we could start by sharing experiences. Your mother and I have learned a lot over the years about how to use this gift responsibly, and I'm sure you two have had adventures we can hardly imagine. As we began to swap stories, the excitement of our shared secret filled the room. I felt closer to my family than ever before, realizing that this connection with animals was a bond we all shared. But as the initial euphoria faded, a sobering thought occurred to me. Mom, Dad, we've been thinking about using our ability more openly to make a bigger difference in the world. What do you think about that? My parents exchanged a long look, having one of those silent conversations that only couples who've been together for decades can have. Finally, Mom spoke. It's a big decision, with a lot of potential consequences, both good and bad. We've always chosen to keep our ability private, but the world is changing. Environmental issues are more pressing than ever. Dad nodded. If you decide to go public, it will change your lives forever. You'll face scrutiny, disbelief, maybe even danger. But you could also inspire real change on a global scale. We'll support you no matter what, Mom added, squeezing my hand. But it's a decision you shouldn't make lightly. As we continued to discuss the implications of revealing our secret, I felt a mix of excitement and fear. The potential to make a significant impact was thrilling, but the weight of responsibility was daunting. Maybe we could start small, Max suggested. Tell a few trusted scientists or conservationists, see how they react? I nodded slowly, the beginnings of a plan forming in my mind. That could work. We could carefully choose who to tell, make sure they understand the importance of discretion. As the night wore on, our conversation ranged from practical considerations to wild speculations about the future. But underlying it all was a newfound sense of unity and purpose. Whatever challenges lay ahead, we would face them together. As a family bound not just by blood, but by an extraordinary gift and a shared commitment to using it for good. As I finally headed up to bed, exhausted but exhilarated, I realized that this revelation wasn't an ending, but a beginning. A new chapter was opening up for all of us, full of possibilities I had never dared to imagine. With my family by my side and our secret finally in the open, I felt ready to take on whatever the future might hold. My heart pounded in my chest as we approached the conference room. The sterile hallways of the research facility seemed to stretch endlessly, each step bringing us closer to a moment that would change everything. "Are you sure about this?" Max whispered, his face pale with anxiety. I squeezed his hand reassuringly. "We've been over this, little brother. It's time." Our parents walked ahead of us, their postures straight and confident. Mom glanced back, offering a warm smile. "Remember, we're right here with you, no matter what happens." As we reached the door, Dad turned to face us. "Last chance to back out. Once we step through, there's no going back." I took a deep breath, steeling my nerves. "We're ready." With a nod, Dad pushed open the door. The room fell silent as we entered, all eyes turning to us. Around a large oval table sat a carefully selected group of scientists, conservationists, and government officials, people we had vetted extensively and believed we could trust. Dr. Elena Rodriguez, a renowned zoologist, stood to greet us. "Thank you all for coming. I know I've been rather mysterious about the reason for this meeting, but I assure you it will be well worth your time." As we took our seats, I could feel the curiosity and skepticism radiating from the assembled group. Dr. Rodriguez continued, "I'd like to introduce the Johnson family. They have something extraordinary to share with us today." Dad cleared his throat and began the speech we had carefully prepared. "Ladies and gentlemen, what we're about to tell you may seem impossible, even ridiculous. We ask only that you keep an open mind and reserve judgment until we've finished our demonstration." He paused, his eyes scanning the room. "My wife and I and our 2 children possess an ability that defies current scientific understanding. We can communicate with animals, not just in the way a skilled trainer might, but in a direct, two-way exchange of complex ideas." A murmur rippled through the room. I saw raised eyebrows, skeptical smirks, and a few intrigued leans forward. Dr. Amit Patel, a neurobiologist, was the first to speak. "Mr. Johnson, while I respect Dr. Rodriguez's judgment in arranging this meeting, you must understand how fantastical this claim sounds." "We do understand, Dr. Patel," Mom replied smoothly. "That's why we're prepared to demonstrate our ability right now." On cue, a side door opened, and a handler led in a variety of animals: a dog, a cat, a parrot, and even a small capuchin monkey. The animals were calm but alert, their eyes darting curiously around the room. "If you'd like," I said, speaking up for the first time, "you can ask these animals any question you'd like, in any language. We'll translate their responses." For a moment, the room was silent. Then Dr. Yuki Tanaka, a marine biologist, leaned forward. "Very well. Ask the dog what my favorite food is." I turned to the golden retriever, who was sitting patiently by the door. In my mind, I formed the question, feeling the familiar connection establish itself. The dog's tail wagged as he replied. I couldn't help but smile as I translated. "He says he can smell traces of sushi on your clothes and in your breath. He thinks that must be your favorite because the scent is so strong and frequent. Dr. Tanaka's eyes widened in surprise. That's correct. I had sushi for lunch, and it is indeed my favorite food. Excitement began to build in the room as more scientists posed questions, each one more specific and obscure than the last. We translated responses about hidden objects, personal secrets shared only with pets, and even complex scientific concepts that the parrot had overheard in a laboratory. As the demonstration continued, I could see the disbelief on the scientists' faces gradually transform into awe and excitement. Dr. Rodriguez was beaming, while Dr. Patel looked like he might faint from the implications of what he was witnessing. Finally, Professor Elizabeth Chen, an esteemed ethologist, raised her hand. This is beyond extraordinary. If what you're demonstrating is indeed real, and I'm having a hard time finding any other explanation, the implications for our understanding of animal cognition, not to mention human potential, are staggering. She paused, her brow furrowing. But I have to ask, why reveal this now? And why to us? I exchanged glances with my family before responding. We've kept this ability secret for a long time, Professor Chen. We were afraid of how the world might react, of being treated like lab rats or freaks. I took a deep breath before continuing. But with the state of our planet, the environmental crises we're facing, we realized we couldn't stay silent anymore. We believe our ability could be instrumental in conservation efforts, in improving animal welfare, in bridging the gap between humans and the natural world. Max chimed in, his voice stronger than I'd ever heard it. We chose you all because of your reputations, not just as brilliant scientists, but as ethical, compassionate individuals. We're trusting you with this knowledge because we believe you can help us figure out how to use it for the greatest good. The room buzzed with excited conversation as the scientists digested this information. Dr. Rodriguez raised her hands for silence. I think I speak for everyone here when I say we're honored by your trust. This is an unprecedented opportunity, and we'll need to proceed carefully. What followed was hours of intense discussion. We talked about potential applications of our ability, from more accurate wildlife population surveys to decoding animal migrations, from improving captive animal care to possibly even preventing human-wildlife conflicts. The scientists were brimming with ideas, their initial skepticism completely evaporated. But as the excitement built, I felt a growing sense of unease. Wait, I said, my voice cutting through the chatter. We need to talk about the risks too. If this information falls into the wrong hands. Dad nodded gravely. My daughter is right. We need to consider the full weight of this revelation. There will be those who might seek to exploit this ability, to use it for personal gain, or even harmful purposes. The mood in the room sobered quickly. Dr. Patel spoke up, his voice thoughtful. You're absolutely correct. We'll need to establish rigorous protocols for how this information is shared and used. Perhaps a small dedicated task force to start? As the group began to discuss security measures and ethical guidelines, I felt a mix of relief and trepidation. We had taken the first step, but the path ahead was still uncertain. Hours later, as the meeting finally wound down, Dr. Rodriguez approached our family. Thank you, she said, her eyes shining with emotion. What you've shared today, it changes everything. I promise you, we'll do everything in our power to use this knowledge responsibly and for the betterment of our planet. As we left the facility, stepping out into the cool evening air, I felt as though a weight had been lifted from my shoulders. The secret we had carried for so long was finally out, at least to this small, trusted group. Well, Mom said, a hint of nervous laughter in her voice. I guess there's no turning back now. Dad put his arm around her shoulders. No, there isn't. But I think we've taken the first step towards something truly remarkable. Max grinned, some of his usual mischief returning. So, does this mean I can finally tell my friends why I'm so good at understanding their pets? We all laughed, the tension of the day finally breaking. As we headed home, I couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation. We had opened a door today, And while the future was uncertain, it was also filled with incredible potential. Our journey was far from over. In fact, it felt like it was just beginning.